Start recording. Okay, so I've SSH into our server, and if I look at the logs, just to show you guys and give you some context, a lot of silly things that are here. A lot of this is hacker attempts, but we can see there's an issue with OpenAI requests where it's saying the transcription the key text was not present in the transcription key. So this is like failing to first. If you go to the mock interview suite, right? So we go to the mock interview suite, and if I was to do a little interview here, um, and there's this issue as well.
Hello and welcome to your first interview with us. How has your day been?
And there's this issue as well. So we don't need two of me talking. Enough is more than one of me is more than enough. Um, but yeah, so this is where we have an issue. I actually thought it was something more interesting, but let's just fix this quick. Um, so the way I'm gonna do this is I'm gonna say. Oh wait, I need to exit the server. Oh, okay, we still have this unpacked. I'm gonna cd into source. So this is our what this is for context is our Obelisk deployment directory that we have that I've built a little while ago. Obelisk has instructions on how to do this, so it's actually very easy to deploy to some host or some server. Um, and yeah, so I can just do ob run here. Do I have ob run running elsewhere? Yes. Multiple ob runs at the same time. And first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to look up the OpenAI documentation, just see. It was telling us that the text key is not was not found. Oh, and I think I looked into this before, and I believe that like it was getting back an error or something like that. Um, so this is what we were using, and this is where the AI or API request is failing. So we are getting back a response. Oh, okay. Or at least we should be getting back this transcription object. Um, okay. So I guess the best way to go about this is to um, try and recreate the error. Um, uh, um, welcome in Olajide. Okay, so it's been a while since I've worked on this. We've even we got a question. Oh no, we don't. Okay, so um how do we this is so part of the reason I wanted to look at this, by the way, is because like I don't think there's enough resources on how to debug, but it's like one of the most important skills that I feel like you end up working with on a um, like professional job. Unfortunately, you end up working for companies that like have a lot of bugs in their backlog, um, and oh, that's okay. And so I want basically I wanted to use this as a chance to like look at how do we dive into a bug, and so I'm honestly like this is kind of a very good challenge for me even because I'm like, where do we start? And I know basically I know here's what I know. Um, well, even no, I shouldn't even ask like what do I know. I should assume that I know nothing, or like pretend like I know nothing at the very least. And if I go into our back end, I'm just gonna do this to make sure I don't. Um, oh, that's actually the opposite. So we have. I know that we are running um, our just the reason I go to backend is we'd want to start with like the main of our program, right? And so basically the main of our Obelisk program is essentially this, right? This backend function where we are running backend run, and so backend run is going to ultimately, if we we've read through here, um, we would see this like send sorry no this process video worker, right? This is how this works. Um, and we it, we would go to process video, and we would see like what exactly it's doing. And basically, this is the first step: is that we would do this ensure video transcribed step. So ensure video transcribed. What is this doing? This is going to take our video for the mock interview suite, and this is going to well, I haven't looked at this in a while, so now this is very much like unfamiliar to me. But some way or another, this is going to go and perform the transcription request. So, um, where does it actually do this? It is going to so it gets the full path of the video that we've written to file. This is very old code, by the way. So like this is not even good code, um, which also makes it good for debugging. Um, I don't know why we do that, but I guess then we put okay. I usually look at the end to kind of figure out how we get to a result. So I know we have this variable transcription. This seems to come from here. And this is because we are pattern matching on response. And response is being called. Oh yeah, response is being generated by perform transcribe request. So now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to just go here, and I'm going to say perform transcribe request. So if you're not familiar with what I'm doing, I am just like um, performing a grep request. So I forget what the it's been a while, and I forget what the SR does, but I just know that they are like very have been very high utility in past use cases. But the N is going to tell me what line of the file this is on, and this is going to just search the entire directory that I am in. So this is from Process Video GPT. And I guess now that I think I realized this. Yeah. Okay. Well, so this is how we manage our um our work with sorry, pardon me, with Open AI. And so we basically when we go and we do a mock interview here, right? So this mock interview that I just did, that I can play back and all this stuff, um, that is being transcribed to text and then analyzed for mock interview feedback through OpenAI. Um, through both the transcription request that we looked at and and the the um what's it called, the I guess it's the chat completion create speech, or where is it? No, that's not it. Um, Conversations API, or like essentially ChatGPT, but as an API. So why is this failing? So my first guess is that I know it has genuinely been a while since I've looked at this code, um, and so I'm not familiar with it. Even though I wrote the code eons ago, and I know that I'm getting back a request, and then I can see from like the documentation speech. Oh, okay. I know that I should be it's weird to me that I'm not getting back a transcription object with a text field, right? I could see from the error message that I'm not getting back a text field. So that's very strange. And so I guess what I'm now confused about is that like I would think that if I didn't get a request like that, I would see that I've like printed transcribe error, which again is not very good. There should be a better way that I should be logging this. But I'm gonna look at this again and see if I have more information. Um, a lot of this is very old code. There we go. So, oh, okay. Sorry, this is why this is happening. The audio file cannot be decoded, or its format is not supported. Um. Oh crap. Okay. Well, that's. Oh my gosh. That's a. Um. That's a more complex error. So maybe we won't get into that today. Um, but basically, what I wanted to get into today, and I'm wondering, can I instead? Is this going to happen for me locally? Let me try. What if I go to localhost 8020? Is it 8020? No, it's 8000. I go main home. Um, okay, 1 second here. Let me just copy over my database. This is the quickest way to just do things. Wait, no, I'm not going to be able to do that yet. I'm going to need to remove the database. Did that work? Cool. No, that did not work. Or maybe I just had it. Okay, whatever. I don't care. So I'm gonna try and reproduce this error locally. Um, yeah, we've I guess we've had this issue with our mock interview suite for some time now. Um, which I apologize for. I don't know why that request format is happening, but I might as well try and see if this is like happening with my local host. And then I thought we were gonna try and fix that error, but we're not going to. We're just gonna go on with LLM with context. So LLM with context is basically let's just get into it. LLM with context is essentially my pardon me, my package I developed. Here it is, which is essentially just the code we looked at uh, from our GPT worker. And so what this does is this has two cool things to it. So this is able to this has a nice way of tracking conversation context and also a way of working with types. And so I wanted to. I was looking at something the other day. Is this here? Oh no. Oh okay. I don't know what that is. Here. So this is a functional programming language I saw for prompt engineering, and um, I thought that this is really cool. Is you are able to like write whatever. So this is just like code at the end of the day. The key thing is that this is a DSL um, that or like a what's domain specific language is what a DSL stands for. Um, but this is a full on language with a function called prompt where we can just prompt here, right, and we can just give a question um, to ChatGPT, and then we'll try and decode our answer um, as some sort of JSON. And so I thought like this is really cool, and we like I'm really curious how they do this, but I kind of know a little bit about how they do this already, and that they use um, they use servant, right? They use servant client and the OpenAI package. Where is it? Do they? Yes, they use the OpenAI package to and the OpenAI package is something I've tried using in the past, and all this is basically just um, a servant client bindings to OpenAI's API that we were looking at a second ago. I forget where I had that open, but what I've realized is that um, it doesn't play very well with the yeah, okay. It does not play very well with the with the JSON that it gets back. So we were where is it here? The actual type that we were working with. No, that's not it. It's being common. So we were building on this like content feedback response, and as you can see, it's like absolutely massive. Um, and so like the first thing we tried was like asking the API, can you give us back just this full like thing as a JSON object, and then we can parse it. If we can do that, we can parse it to Haskell, and we are good to go from there. Um, and um, so basically, what I realized is that the easier way to go about this is to ultimately do something like this, where we oh yeah, this is it at the bottom. What we do instead is we build one request at a time, right? So we have this ask field. An ask field is essentially just using this ask GPT with context typed. And so what ask GPT with context typed is, I believe I have local Google running. Oh, okay. Well, I know where that is, anyways. It is ask GPT with context typed. And so the way that we have a lot of like this code looks really ugly. And it kind of is, and I forget why I had this read either um, here, but um, essentially, essentially what this is doing is keeping track of context. So like our conversation history, and is what I mean by context, and also um, it is keeping track of types. So if I have said, so I have this GPT answer A, right? I think this is really cool. Um, I have this GPT answer A, and let's say I say that the type of GPT answer is a int, then I should get back an int. Um, and I believe I have this here. Where is this? Base prompt. Oh no. So what I was trying to figure out like how do I tell ChatGPT here that I am expecting an int back. The way that I tell GPT that I'm expecting an int back um is the through the compiler actually. So I am building a content feedback, right? And if we look at the content feedback again, right, we see that this feedback score is a float. So not int, but a float. And so that information from the compiler is saying, well, I'm expecting that this whatever this is back is going to be an integer or sorry, a float. Um, for example, like 9.5 or whatever could be an example result. And we don't, we also like here's the problem is like we don't want ChatGPT right to be like give me a score of 10 and then it's gonna give me back, maybe something like this or whatever, right? Um, it doesn't know what it's scoring. Um, just for some good glazing, exactly. So here's the problem with the programming aspect of this is I wanted to say this, right? I wanted to say 11, um, and not the rest of the stuff, because as soon as it gives me back this response, now I have to parse out what it's actually saying. Um, and in order to do that, I would literally need a whole other AI to help me with that, or I have some really smart parser that I can use. What do you mean? So basically, where am I going with this? What I want to look at is how do we even do this? We want to. I guess I'm gonna ignore. You know what? I'm gonna even ignore this for now. I'm gonna just move this DB real to DB real 2 because I don't even want to. I'm gonna forget about the error, and I'm just gonna work on the issue or the improvement that I wanted to make. So if we go into thunks, then we'll see that we are depending on LLM with context. So I want to look at LLM with context, and this is currently packed. So I'm going to say unpack. Unpack is just an alias I have. So actually, I'll just use the full thing. Obithunk unpack LLM with context. And I'm going to need to restart this. Um, and so now I can just work on this. If I get any type errors or whatever, it will be it will show up here um, while I'm working on a thunk. So I want to I want to basically, what was I looking at? So the original problem is that I have this massive um, object that I'm working with, which I cannot easily get back. Right? If I say, um, if I was to try and ask ChatGPT wherever the heck it is, yes, oh, it's right here. Um, for if I was trying to ask ChatGPT for this like massive JSON object, um, it would just have a lot of trouble with getting that back. The reason why is because like LLMs work on the basis of attention, and so um, it's just like a massive task for the AI to keep attention on. Um, and so that's again the original reason for breaking things up into per field um, per field requests. Um, so let me just make sure this is going to render properly. What if I do some? That's going to give me an error. Good. Okay. So that's working. But yeah, ultimately, what I want to work towards is I think it'd be so cool if like for if you could give me any any Haskell object, right? Any Haskell object, and I could convert this into some sort of prompt, and then I could give you back, um, like Haskell object. Basically, let's use a proxy as an example. Proxy is just basically saying the data type of a proxy, or sorry, the definition of proxy just looks like this. And the reason we have this is basically just it's not even used really anymore. Um, there's language extensions that kind of like make this obsolete, but basically what this is like a place in our code where we can say, and I think I actually use this, yeah, a place in our code where we can say what type is this supposed to be. And so I build this like GPT return type with a type proxy. Um, this basically what does this do? GPT return type. This is just basically looking at what is like the type we have. Get me the type information about this, right? So what is this type called? And for example, as we can see from the as is evident from the code, we can see that can be a text or a string, or something else, right? It could be a float. It could be absolutely anything. And um, what I think would be really cool to do is if I could say, um, what um, if I could do this for any arbitrary type. And so I'm realizing like the first challenge of this is like, what if I have a subtype, right? So if I ask like, this is actually not going to work as I expected. Um, is that if I have a subtype and I say, give me the Haskell type, you know, um, user type back. And user type, just by the way, is a type from Jenga, right? User type is but this is like in my code. The AI would not know what this is, right? So this is just going to give you back some arbitrary um, BS. And so I guess I would need to do more here. I would need to say, um, well, what I'm now wondering, and I wonder if AI could help me with this. Okay, this is immediately getting way more challenging than I expected. I didn't really think about the context of like an arbitrary sum type that I've made up and how to communicate that with a AI. Um, well, but there is a crappy way we can do this, and I guess I could have this class called um, to prompt for a given type, and basically what this type is going to be, or what this class is going to be, is going to be a way to um, going to be a way. So I can always do this fancier with with generics. So generics is kind of a way that I could avoid writing what I'm going to write here, but I can still do this. And what to prompt is going to be information about um, options, right? So option is just a type I made up here. Option is going to be a string, and um, yeah, option is going to be a string, um, and an example of this would be like if I said that instance of user type, sorry, instance of to prompt for user type might be that um, actually I don't even, this isn't even really a function. This is just like this is going to be more of a constant for a particular type. Um, we can call this response options instead. So response options is either going to be um, a response options is either going to be admin or self. Yeah, and that's all that's going to be. Um, and we could do this in a more fancy way. Even actually, I realized with like for example, looking at using ways to do like we could enumerate through the um, through the options that a type has. Right there is a way to do. Um, for example, if we said, do I have user type anywhere? Okay. Well, if I could literally, it's as simple as saying user type equals admin or self, and I could say, for instance, um, deriving enum, and enum would give me the ability to enumerate through all options that I've listed here. So just like by default, admin would be the first option, and then self would be the second option, which is how enum works. Um, so okay, so yeah, what? Hmm. I'm not gonna lie. This realization really threw a wrench in my plans, but in terms of how hard this is going to be. But let me just think this through here. So if we have basically, what am I doing here? I am using proxy as a way to avoid. Also, I'm basically using proxy as a way to avoid doing something like this. Is what I'm realizing. So proxy, I'm doing this fancy thing where I believe this is the fanciness. Let me look up this function. Type rep. Yes. So this comes from um, data.typable, and I can get a type rep, which is some type rep. What does this do? I can show this. Yeah, I guess this has all the information about um what a type is or something. I don't know, but basically, what is this? How do we get? You know what? Okay, I give up. Ultimately, I know that this is giving us um kind of what the options are. See, but oh crap! No, this is. I have another challenge here. So we basically okay. I don't think I'm being super clear with what the challenge is. Is we're building we're building a prompt, right? And I want to say, this is the prompt that we're building. In responding to the above question, give me only the Haskell type of um, whatever. The problem, the original problem is that what if we have our own type that we want to get back, um, but now what if, but if we want to do this solution that I think I've come up with doesn't really help us in the context of something um, more primitive and chaotic, like an int or a text. Because if I was to get the response options for a text, it would be you know infinite, right? There's infinite options for what text can be. So I need to make this more generic, and then I need to say, um, I think I just need to say this is a prompt type info, and this is just going to be a text, or I'll just make a string for now. And this prompt type info is just going to be a little bit more ugly, or not ugly, but yeah. Um, okay, sorry. So I'm just thinking here. Because again, this is not a super elegant solution, and I don't even know how to make this work on a generic level, because we basically just have two issues, right? Like we we maybe I'll call this additional. prompt type info. And the reason for that is I want to say instanced to prompt for like, text. I want to be able to say nothing here. I don't right. I don't need to instruct. Right. I shouldn't need to instruct ChatGPT. Um, I guess we looked at this before, but we only wanted to give back a float, right, or an enter or whatever, something that we can ultimately parse as the type, right? So um, um, so like just and to give I should give context there. I'm now realizing, but like, and so what we are doing, or like what is the very core problem that we were trying to do. And I'm trying to say read. Um, read, yeah, read one, and this should be an int, right? So like read is can I do this info on read? Yes, read is a overloaded uh, type class function that um, operates on any string to get a type of A. So for instance, well, I'm not gonna get into this is essentially a very basic parser, right? That allows us to take the string and turn it into some particular type. Um, and so the way that I'm using ChatGPT to, or like the ChatGPT response is that I'm trying to read out this response. Um, and so I think I think that's really all there's to say there. And so, right, and so this is why the prompt matters is we want to make sure that it's like very clear how we can parse this back out, right? So I could, for instance, say data user type equals admin or self, and I could say deriving read, and now I could say read admin, and I haven't specified what the type is, so it's just gonna automatically fail. But if I say this is a user type, then it's well okay. Let me do this. Deriving read show because I'm implicitly printing in the terminal, um, and so I was able to read it and then print it. Um, but now, right, now, like, and so this is very easy on the Haskell side, but on the prompting side, how do we get it so that um, the AI gives us back a user type, right? So maybe let's even just test this out. Um, you know, I have a user type. I have a data type at random. Let's see, and I wanted to turn give you back, yeah, admin or self. And so I guess it's actually pretty good. maybe I'm also thinking maybe with a little bit of um, remembrance of how bad it used to be. Um, like it used to be really bad for trying to get back a type, but now I think it's a little bit better. Let me see. I'm curious if it gives me back self. Cool. And so it seems to understand this. I have a Haskell data type defined as. Maybe I do this. Okay, this is like not perfect, but just so we have kind of something to start with, or maybe it is even perfect. I don't know. Prompting is kind of not really a science. Very far from a science. We're basically trying to turn it into being something of a science, I suppose. Um, and I guess I'll just put in here. Um, what is this? The additional prompt type info. Yes, I think that makes sense. So, this is a uh, since this is a doesn't really take any arguments. I am suspecting that this is going to have some issues with like trying to determine what the type is. Because this could literally be anything. But I have a particular type that I am focusing on in this like building of the prompt. So I'm going to say that this is of type A, right? And this is because I have this for all here. What that means is that like this A kind of takes on its um, own definition of sorts. So anywhere I use the A variable throughout this function, I can I can I'm talking about the same A. So right, if I let's say I took this away, right, it wouldn't know it wouldn't know for sure what I was talking about, and it would actually say that like I don't know what A is, but this should work. Uh, do we just have some old code? Oh yes, okay. Oh, that's because I defined that there. Right. Right. Oh, what the hell? Huh. I feel like I've done this before, but okay. I'm just gonna do this for now as a bit of a. Maybe I have a language extension that I've been using and I haven't realized. Um, just gonna toss this out. What if I said this is a proxy? So I'm just kind of hacking this together again. Um, and now I just need to take my type proxy. Okay, and now I just need to pack this t.pack. And I guess I'll just say where. So this is going to build me a. So if I said give me back a user type, um, I'm also going to enforce that this is a readable type. So the reason why I'm going to do this is like there's not any actual need. Typically when you add a constraint, it's because somewhere in your code you are actually like using that sort of thing. Um, but you want to we want to make sure that whatever we're doing, we are able to read back that response. So it would be kind of useless if we had all this other stuff, but we didn't have a way um, to read it back. So yeah. And so I've never really done something like that. Where is this? 118 to prompt 235. Okay. I guess this is here to prompt. Import the new type class and its constructor, or sorry, and its information. Instant. Okay, no instance for to prompt float. To prompt. And I'm just going to say that a float we need an. So I'm also using a list. So I'm going to say, I guess this kind of gets interesting. I think a list of A. So we can write a instance of to prompt, and we're, like you know we could. I mean, we could do whatever we want. But the way that we should properly write this is that we should say that we require A to have an instance itself. And so what this is why we are going to do that is we are going to say um, we're going to say prompt type info x. So this is going to read as normal Haskell list of, for example, normal Haskell text. To prompt bool. It's funny, as I write this, I'm realizing that like I thought the idea of prompt engineering was kind of BS, and I still think it's BS. Um, you know, your prompt engineering. I don't really buy into like that. There's like, I mean, especially if you're going to talk about any course where someone should be selling that for thousands of dollars on prompt engineering, I definitely don't think that's worth it. Um, but um, but I guess we're kind of doing prompt engineering here, and I guess if we can do this prompt engineering with Haskell, then we can do it once and for all, right? If we can communicate between an LLM and Haskell, there's just so many crazy implications of what we can do with that. Okay, so um, so yeah, all I mean, there's many other base instances I should make for for like the language, but I won't do that right now. Okay. Um, yeah, we're gonna do that. We're gonna focus like hopefully we can get to some ways we can test this sort of stuff. I guess you know what we definitely can. This actually should not be that hard. Now that I think about it. Okay, quit that. Exit cd source. If I do ob-repl, I forget about ob-repl, but we can enter a REPL that has the same information, right? We're compiling the same stuff that we are here with ob-run, and we can just enter into that and use our code. Um, so let's see here. GPT return type. I want to I want to take a test of like what does this like build us for a what does this like prompt look like, and maybe we can even just like the quickest way we can test this idea is that we can um oh, I guess it's kind of funny actually. I'm realizing here that even like if it's a text or string, it's just gonna like not say anything, which kind of makes sense because like the reason I had this is well, sorry, I'm jumping around. Um, but the easiest way to test this, is that we build this prompt through the REPL, and then we test through just like the actual browser. Yeah, so it is llm.llm. Not to be confused with MLMs, which are much scarier. Um, but LLM. Okay, so we have this GPT return type. Is it in scope? Perfect. Data.vessel.proxy. What the heck? Just vessel? That ignore that. I don't know why that is. Um, do we have proxy here? Oh, okay. Originally defined in data.proxy. Okay, I want to import data.proxy. I guess. Oh, that's a. Okay, I'm going to import it as p. So I'm going to say that I have a GPT return type of proxy. Yeah, proxy is the value of our proxy data type. But we can really we can really say anything here, right? So we can say this a here. Right. P.proxy. I'm curious what this is going to tell us. It's going to be an error of some sort. Yeah, it doesn't know what this is. So now we can say, for example, text. This is going to, as we expected, it's going to give us back just a. Um, where do we have this? Do we have a? Okay, an interesting one would be to do float. So we have this prompt that we build out here. Content with role, by the way, is just how we actually communicate with the AI. And so we can feed information according to a role. This is all just like information that's available in the API documentation. And it's also not like super interesting, so I won't go over it, but I'm happy to. Um, but ultimately, what we are building here is this content, right? So what is this content? This is the the prompt that we are building. Um, so I could say, "How are you today?" And this should give me back a float. I'm I'm specifically asking, "How are you today?" Because like that's not really a float like response. So oh, and we have a error here, so I'm gonna fix that. Just before we forget. Um, but we have this oh, there's a better way to fix that. Just by the way. Um, but yeah, so I'm specifically asking it something that is not a float like response, just to see how it kind of fails. Um, or if it fails, right? Because I want this to override kind of everything. Um, and in practice, by the way, like for at least for how we use it, we kind of we built this thing at the start of like when like literally like a couple months after ChatGPT came out is when we built this system. Um, because we were originally an NLP focused company, but when ChatGPT came out, we just like there was no point in us going to all that effort, especially with other things on our plate. So yeah, so we developed this, but where am I going? Where am I going with this? Um, the point being, in practice, we are going to try this like 7 times over, if need be, right? If this continues to fail, at least we are going to keep trying and seeing if it will succeed. But that's not a very good engineering approach to just try again. It feels weird, and it's the only case. It's kind of I guess I bring it up because it's kind of funny too. It's the only case in like engineering where I've seen it's a valid thing to try the exact same thing over and over again. Um, because like if I give this prompt twice, it's a very it's like actually kind of now that I think about it, it's the opposite of pure, right? In Haskell, just like if we said 1 plus 1, we know that that's always going to be 2. It's a pure function, right? If I a couple seconds have passed, it's not going to change the answer to this. But like for this, um, not only is it of course like not only is it a impure in the sense that like we're doing like this is kind of like IO, like I'm affecting the world. Um, but even that same exact thing, that same input, is going to give me back 2 responses, right? This is almost pseudo random, um, in a sense, right? This is like right. It's just giving me back answers here. But the cool thing is that like um, it's respecting this part of the prompt. So let's try this now with like something a little bit more challenging. And I'll say to prompt user type, where prompt type info is um oh, I already wrote this. I'm silly. So let's just try this. I'll just call this user type 2 for now to make things simple. Oh right. Reload. Right, and we have no instance for read of user type 2. So let's do this. We're gonna say enum. We'll give a show instance as well, just for the heck of it. And read. Okay. So this is the problem we built for user type 2. Um, and I'm saying only give me back admin or self. Okay, fair enough. Let's fix that. That is a contradiction. And actually, it's kind of funny. I didn't think this would happen. This is like super respecting of the fact that we said the like give us back a user type 2 where it's defined as a different data type. So it's very much realizing what the data type is. Um, so let's do that. Let's even go into a brand new chat and just see. Huh. So okay, the back to the core problem. I guess we all are on the same page of like what we are doing here, but yeah, we're back to the core problem of like how do we instruct the AI to oh okay how do we instruct the AI to know what we are talking About. Um, where does that come from? Give me only. Where does that come from? Oh, give me only a valid value of. I'll say. Let me try this. Valid value. Okay. Oh wait, I'm not asking how are you today. Crap. No, I don't care. How are you today? Copy this just so we can try this a million times over. So it seems to be pretty accurate. I'm curious now if it'll just give me back an admin ever, or if it's just gonna keep giving me back self. What about Claude? Does Claude? Huh. Well, I don't know what to do about that. But oh no, never mind. What if I say at random? Not really seeming. This is. I'm just curious now that I've never. Very surprised that it continues to give back self, but I'm even curious. What I'm. This is why I'm curious is like I wonder if I remove self if I had admin second. No, interesting. What? Oh, maybe it's because of the word self. Oh, there we go. Okay. I think it's the reason why I'm curious about this is because I mean self is probably a particular prompt keyword they have. Um, maybe admin is as well. But also, it seems to be giving me back. It seems to be far more likely to give me back the second one, and this is actually like a good demonstration, therefore, of like the attention, right? The way that these LLMs work is through attention. So even yeah, there it seems actually very clear. Oh, never mind. Well, here's how we can make it more clear. Let's change self to um, gibber, whatever, nothing. Okay, yeah, it was very quick. It feels quick there. Oh, maybe that's only because of. Oh my gosh, look how many new chats we have. But maybe that's only because of the the self um, prompt that ChatGPT has internally. Um, but yeah, this actually like this kind of it seems hacky, and it very much is. But also like it seems to kind of work decently well. Um, the next challenge though is so like we have kind of like basic types figured out where we have these basic types figured out, but what if like now admin has um and I don't recommend doing this, but like admin could in theory have a record, but what about if we had a record type?
I don't think we can see what you are showing.
Oh,
It's on another window.
uh
It's just me.
um
Oh, I'm looking at type option equals string class to prompt a where prompt type info proxy a string.
if I okay can you guys see the text I'm highlighting? The or like my record?
No, your cursor's by normal Haskell float.
Let me just reshare. Did that fix it?
As for me, I can see a cursor blink now as well. That's good.
Yeah.
Okay, good. All right. I think Jitsi just sometimes just gets tired. um, it is free, so okay, so you can see my record has has the fields or um just a check like what field did I just make? Um,
Yeah, why?
yeah,
It's okay.
perfect. Okay, perfect. I feel like I'm like doing like a pop quiz or something. you know. Hopefully it's a easy one, but actually let's call this point because this is kind of a point now that I think about it. Um, right, like a point on like a graph or something, and I guess I mean at the end of the day, it really just comes down to um, is that a question here? All good. Peace out, man. Um, there will be a recording as well. Um, so two prompt point. So point. I mean, really, I'm gonna keep this simple, and I'm just gonna literally copy paste. There's also nicer ways I can do that, but I am just in a very lazy mode at the moment. So that works. I'm gonna say defined as. That makes more sense because we're basically yeah we're kind of figuring it out. I mean, type info is a very generic way to say it, and that's because I don't know exactly what I want this to be. But this is kind of looking more and more like a prompt, a type info as a prompt, or type definition as a prompt. Um, so let me go back to this. Okay, so let's say let's reload, Hide that. Right. That just bothers me. Oh, what? Oh, and we'll just say point. Right. Deriving read show. I should test too how this deals with attention. So I mean, this seems to be working at a very simple level, right? And actually, here's the other thing I need to test. I think it was a little bit more obvious in other cases, but does this does this parse basically? If I say read and this is a point, then it parses. So you know, Haskell is able to understand what ChatGPT is saying. Um, what I want to test now is make up a silly story with lots of random Haskell types. Or something that would confuse you. The monadic goose. Okay. Polyconded Tim. That's okay. Uh, so let's do that. Um, the compiler demanded a sacrifice. Uh, that's so good. Oh, where'd it go? Is it to just leave? Oh, I'm stupid. Oh wait, no. How are you today? And same prompt, but now we have a really stupid story to start it, and I want it to not get confused. Cool. So this seems to be working well, and I think this just comes down to like the way that we're prompting it. It's really just the language we like. I now that I recall, we really spent a lot of time on like literally just like what language, like what word choice did we use, um, for the prompt to to get back what we wanted. So this give me only, or even sorry, more specifically this, give me only, and nothing else. Like that was like to kind of make it so that it focused and didn't give us back a ton of information we didn't ask for, right? So even if I did this, just by the way, uh, give me give me a valid value, um, in your response. This is gonna give me back a load of crap. Oh, Interesting. Maybe it knows me at this point. Maybe it knows what I'm doing. Oh wait. Maybe the format even. Well, even. Huh. Okay. Well, maybe just LLMs have gotten a lot better. But this used to be way worse, or even for our particular um, cases where we're getting back like a lot of like interview feedback. Um, it's like long strings of text. So uh, long strings of text. I guess it was just a bit more funky at that point. Um, so now the reason why I wanted to do this and do this properly is because we are calling this GPT return type somewhere, and I want to separate out. I basically yeah so this grace language. Um, actually, didn't I find it already? There we are. This grace language is really really cool in that we have the ability to chain. Um, right, like write a language where we can chain. And I kind of thought like I think I've done some really cool stuff with like prompt engineering or whatever. But we can't chain. Um, and what I noticed with Grace, right? I think there's a try Grace. Yeah, try Grace is like we can't really we only have very basic types. So there is like typing. It looks like, um, but I'm not really sure. Can we uh, can we build like arbitrary types? Right? If there was, I'm assuming there would be a way to like that like in this at least in this tutorial at least in this tutorial to um at least in this tutorial to see how to define an arbitrary type. Right, and so I like that's only even something we can really do in a in a very awesome language like Haskell. So hence can we do this directly all in Haskell and keep our types as they are. So um, so yeah, so I might have mentioned the idea of like basically separating out the pure part from the impure part, right? So that we can make it kind of like this language here, and this language even like the other thing is, and to be clear, it's awesome, um, but like we don't really establish like where we do I/O, right? This is kind of like oh, what the heck did I just do? This is I/O that we are performing here because we are going right. If we have our OpenAI key, that's how I'm deducing this. Um, if we have an API key, we're gonna go and make a request to that API, um, and so we're doing I/O. And so here we are not doing, or so we are explicitly doing I/O um, through this Ask GPT. So ask GPT is our like core function here. So this is how it looks. We get passed in our OpenAI API key. Uh, we have a network manager, which we need to make the requests. We have a limit on how many tokens, um, a limit on how many tokens we want to get back. Which I'm wondering if yeah, okay, we do use that. Okay, good. Yeah, we have a limit to how many tokens we want to get back. Um, so that it doesn't blow up cost. Basically, this is not a very good. Um, whatever. I'm not going to talk about that too much today. There's a million things that we could talk about, and I am horrible for that. Um, but then we have our content with role. That's the data type that we saw here. And so basically, this is just where is this defined? Really? Oh, types. This is essentially just our text. And so really, the you know the the reason I talk about that is that like the way that the world actually works is really through text and plain text string, or plain text. Um, but in Haskell, we just we want to use types so that we can make our own programs a lot better, right? So you'll kind of see at the boundary of our application that we are going from some input text to uh, some type, and we do some sort of like functionality with these types, and type 1, type 2, type 3, or whatever, and then we ultimately end up going back. Well, we get back some output, and then we are going to go back to text, or really actually byte string. But byte strings, you know, um, as you might have noticed with like the overloaded strings extension, byte strings and text um, and string are easily convertible between the three of each other. Um, and so, I think of it as text because that's what I see as a human. But I guess it even technically is a byte string that we are using. So my point here is that if we can find a way to um, build our our prompt, then we can make this pretty straightforward to chain, right? So uh, we basically have this this kind of monadic setup even when we realize this, and even like we're kind of a good part of the way there. Um, but yeah, we're a good part of the way there. Um, the challenges, and I kind of I'm laughing now because I realized I forgot about this entirely, is that this is actually not going to work with the way that I want to do things. If I want to be able to chain this, then I'm going to need to um, then I'm going to need to make this a little bit more generic. So like I guess I kind of am wanting to make this into its own language of sorts. Like, not really. I want to keep it in Haskell, uh, but this is going to become its own language. And so why I say that, what am I? I'm kind of going a little bit abstract here. So what am I saying? Um, I am saying that here is like how we actually use this in practice, right? We have this um, content feedback, and uh, we are asking for one field at a time. Um, and I'm partly doing this through I'm performing this through chat history. So like ultimately, so I have two core functions that I'm using here, right? Two kind of helper functions. This begin and ask field. Ask field. Uh, I mean, begin is the only special one because what it does is it has no context. And no context, I believe, is just no context is a query on the context that we have, but we haven't used it. Yes. So I should look at that. Oh, this is going to be from types. So I have this like sort of like query helper where basically it allows us to um, like what's the thinking here is that like so let's say we have a chat or whatever. Um, there's a ton of them. We have like it going off. I let's say I would like to um, I would like to in my next response I only want this context. I want to remove this response that we had here, and I want to include this, right? So I have a way that I could do that, um, and that's through the relevant context query, right? So it's generic to being a query, and that I could say last n relevant, and I could basically have this filter function to filter out uh, the second uh, the second query. So I don't right because and part of why this matters is because like again we are working with an API. Like this is kind of doing like this ChatGPT UI is doing this history management for us. The API itself is like stateless, and so it doesn't really have that it doesn't have that state, and so we need to manage that state. Um, and so like if you were to ask this API, if we just like built a very basic Ask GPT, or like even we did like Ask GPT, this function here. If we call this like twice in a row, it would not remember what we asked last time. So that's why we have this. Pardon me. This concept of context um, that we use here, um, and essentially, I'm not going to get super deep into that or whatever, but and I can't believe we're already at time, because like I feel like we just started, but I guess this is the okay. Okay. How are you guys feeling for energy?
I think I was just starting to understand what we were doing.
Cool. Okay. Cool. Perfect. Yeah, it feels like I'm just starting to understand what we're doing, so that's good. Um, yeah. So okay, I'm gonna keep going then. So because I think this is also really cool, um, and that's like the so just um that's how like we're actually using this in context. Is like we are no pun intended. Is that we are I thought I heard a sound. Um, that we are building this content feedback over multiple API requests. And you might wonder like, does that cost a lot? And it actually doesn't really. I mean, it does, but it doesn't at the same time. Um, the the because we are being charged per token, not per API request. So like, especially with the amount we are getting back out, like this is only giving us back, you know, one or two tokens total. Um, Maybe even one token. Actually, come to think of it, I think 10. I wonder if 10 is a token or two tokens. Um, Probably two tokens, but uh, because it's not very clearly defined or whatever. Yes, but um, so even though we're doing multiple API requests, it's not actually that much cost. So it kind of makes the most sense to break things up into multiple API requests because um, you know you're not going to incur that much more cost, I guess. The cost where the cost I guess would come in as a difference if we look at OpenAI pricing. So the input does cost. However, um, it costs much less than the output. And like I guess again in practice, like a lot of this, like I feel like is only I think the reason I think prompt engineering is kind of a load of BS is because like I don't know how theoretical we can really get with this before we know how to use it. Um, like I feel like history of like industry is kind of that we experiment on how to do stuff, and then we figure out like the ways to the theory of how to do things properly, right? Like we built bridges, and then bridges collapsed, and then we went, okay, we should get into the theory about how to do this. That's obviously a gross misunderstanding of history, um, but I don't think that we can like be super theoretical here. Um, we just kind of need to figure it out as we go, in my opinion, at least. Um, Anyways, I don't know why I'm giving my opinion there, but ultimately, like in practice, um, that like the input is much cheaper, and so what this means is like we do have a recurring base prompt here, right? Make base prompt. Where is that? Make base prompt. Um, and so we have this base prompt here, where we basically take the job stream from the onboarding. By the way, which you can also change in your profile, right? I could go to here, go to profile, and I could change my you know change my prompt. Uh, and again, this is so old, but we really need to change this. There's a number of like improvements that are in the backlog to fix, um, or to make better rather. Um, Now I feel like a project manager saying, "Oh, it's not broken. It just needs to get better." But it does need to get better for sure. Um, So yeah, this is our base prompt. So this is what we are are using over and over again, right? And the Chungus, I called it Chungus. We call it. Did we use Chungus here? Yeah, we Chungus. Um, so this is just like our kind of base prompt here, right? Act as an interviewer who's interviewing a job candidate for a technical role, etc., etc. Um, all that we wanted to do, and then our like specific prompt, right? So we'll say something like we'll basically just be building out our prompt and concatenating with this prompt, right? So at the end of this is where we're gonna say, you know, uh, give me a score out of 10, and we're also doing our type trickery to say make sure it's a float, right? That's the full thing that we have here. So, uh, sorry, I'm just looking at the prompt and I'm realizing some other stupid things we did. Um, but yeah, so that's what we're doing. You can actually leave that as a comment. Um, and so yeah, that's why we have that context. We're kind of using that context when we get to more complex types. And that's actually the best way to state the challenge here is that like we go back to our pardon me. We go back to our two prompt, and there's a issue here because we don't we this is like a singular prompt that we were building here, right? Um, which isn't clear. I'm gonna say prompt type prompt equals a string, just to make this a little bit more clear. Um, so Um, and you know what? I want to start getting better with this. I use type a lot of places. I want to use new type just for the sake of more type safety. It's really again the same thing, but it's not the same thing. It's actually quite different. And that it establishes there's a difference between this and a normal string. So, but that's gonna be annoying. I don't care for now. I'm gonna reduce it back down to that. Um, yeah. So yeah, but really, what we need is we need to be able to give multiple prompts, right? This so like, and this is kind of fine for everything we've done here, you know. And I'm just thinking too. Like I'll be honest. I'm very surprised with how well it did with regards to uh with regards to like the typing, even like with the point. But I think we have a very interesting case in that it was just like It's just a lot of information. Um, let me see if I can. I want to try something here. Right, what am I doing? A screenshot. What prompt am I building? Or wait, there's an easier answer to this. If I go common, give me back, yeah. Uh, make up a interview question and answer. Cool. Okay. And now I want to say, give me back. What was our original prompt, anyways? We had something like this. So again, I'm just basically checking: is what I am thinking about even necessary, or is it like a lot better and reliable to use use types in Haskell? Um, defined as data. And so this is probably going to fail. At least I'm expecting this to fail, um, 2 out of 3 times, right? And so this would like this worked, but it was so often we were finding that like it took 7 requests to get back a, a a response. And maybe this is even better in um, because of the deep thinking that it does. Well, I'll be darned. No way. Did that just work? I guess I need to give the strengths and improvements type as well. Although I'm not really sure what is this called? The fact that it like takes time is not really a problem. And I actually come to think of it, the API itself does take a lot of time. Oh, what's this now? Oh, okay. I'll test this without trying to read it. Um, no, that's not gonna work. Perfect. Let's try and read the string as a content feedback. Was it? Yes. Okay. Wow. I am thoroughly impressed that succeeded. I don't know how this works with the API though. Maybe we don't need to do this then. Maybe. Um. Sorry, I'm just shocked. I am absolutely shocked because we built this, and at the time it was absolutely horrible. Maybe it's even better. Maybe just the core technology has just gotten that much better that we haven't really reviewed this and we haven't really seen a need to fix this. But perhaps this is just that much better. Because I would like if there's any case where I would expect it to fail, it would be specifically this. Um, and even at the time, it was giving us back JSON that made no sense. It was giving us back like it would give us back like JSON that like there's a lot of like text in there or whatever, and it would give us back like something like this. Where it like has this uh, extra uh, double quote double double quote. I'm blanking on the name, but it would give us back this character, and then it might even give us back like an extra bracket or whatever, and it would just get confused on like the simplest JSON. So this is like kind of shocking that it's working that well. So then I guess if that's the case, but there, huh. I guess like as a library, like so as the as the user of my own library, I'm like, this is okay. Like this is like more than I need. I'm now curious. Like I wonder why Claude failed at this. Do I have Olama still installed? I do. Okay. Olama serve. Olama run. DeepSeek. Do I have DeepSeek R1 still installed? Oh wait, I can list. DeepSeek Olama list. Oh okay. Olama. So I'm gonna test this with like there's now the library implementer in me is like curious about like how could like does this basically does it make sense to continue on for like models that are crappier. Even maybe even a cheap way I could test this, or not necessarily a cheap way I could test this, but a time quick way I could test this is I could say instant. Yeah, answer this instantly. I want to see how this does because it took. Yeah, there you go. uh, so my thought process is it's cool that the technology has improved, but even not this is necessarily super relevant, but like I kind of think, I mean, my opinion, I think a fair number of people's opinion is that like AI hasn't really improved. It's just like you know they just added more on top of it. Uh, like it's a good example. I mean, like the ChatGPT, what was it, 5? Yeah, ChatGPT 5. Everyone was talking about like, oh my gosh, this is the end of every single job, and it's like not that. It's not that much better than ChatGPT 4, um, which obviously did take away some jobs, but like it's not like it's not anything crazy more core technology better, right? The core transformer is still the same, but they've added the ability to think for a longer time. Oh, okay. I heard one of you come off mute. And I was like, oh, you're gonna.
I was going to ask. I wasn't sure if you'd finished yet, and I was going to say, yeah, each iteration it gets better, and there are things they're adding, and I think there's still a lot of things they can do, but the kind of foundational jumps are not going to be there. I definitely think it's one of those things as it matures, it'll just. I think it's one of those things where yeah, though you'll still have like these Chat GPT clients, but I think you'll just end up with tools that'll have a little bit of AI in them and it will use it in this very specific way to solve certain types of problems, and it's going to become much more sharpened. I think at the moment this kind of attempt to create this general AI kind of thing has been a bit of a philosophical thing, or some people want to create, true synthetic artificial intelligence. Once people, I think people pass that, and it really just gets kind of refined into what I think it'll be good at. I think you probably won't even know that you're using AI. It'll just make things work a bit better,
Right,
if that makes sense.
right, right. Exactly, and it's like yeah, I guess it's not like even I guess I feels like I should have this opinion as I'm working on this kind of thing. That like it just yeah it does make more sense to invest in like the tooling um, that builds on top of AI. Um, yeah, I think I mean it'd be cool. It'd be cool if there was like I think it would just be like so interesting if there was like a foundational thing that like superseded Transformers that comes in. I see like attempts to do it every now and then. I'm not sure like how much better they'll end up being. Especially when like ChatGPT is like trained on like there's so much investment to build ChatGPT to what it is now. Um, yeah,
Yeah, I don't know. I think maybe there's a technological way around it. I think, and he's kind of got uh, a little bit kind of poo-pooed for for his ideas. But there's a physicist called Roger Penrose. He's a bit of a philosopher slash physicist. Um, and he posits, though there is literally no direct evidence of this, we know that our brains in some ways uses some quantum mechanics, but there is a theory that our brains aren't just doing pure computation, which means AI could never get to human level of comprehension because computers at the moment can only do standard computation. And our brains definitely do computation, but his idea is that actually our brains do something else, and that might come from something like quantum mechanics, which is kind of a non-deterministic system.
Hmm.
So it's just a bit beyond, you know what I mean? Like, so I think there might be just a limitation to a current technology that just doesn't allow us to get past that. But I don't know. I mean, it's completely no evidence, real evidence. It's just conjecture. But
Right,
I
right.
don't know. I find it kind of convincing. So it does just seem, you know what I mean? Like ChatGPT can't know if it's right or wrong. It has no way of inferring. It has none of that kind of like agent looking over its own shoulder, if you know what I mean. Whereas human beings can do computation and then think about their computation and go, that's nonsense.
Right,
AI can never do that last bit of, no, that was complete rubbish. Why did I even do that? Do you
right.
know what I mean? And that's the whatever that bit is, I think is just slightly outside of our current technologies to compute, if you know what I mean.
Huh.
Whether it is what Roger Penrose says is another thing.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Interesting. It's I mean, I'm very curious, like, for what a physicist thinks of the brain, because there's like so much of the brain is like electrical activity. Um,
Mm,
I could see like how, not that I'm the expert to say yes or no or whatever, but like I could see how like yeah, like the brain, like between two neurons can get a sense of like what neuron to fire to, and sort of like do some sort of quantum mechanic, um, you know,
yeah,
dual
thing.
states.
But
Yeah.
yeah, well, this is it. I mean, even I mean, there's obviously there's different ways of looking at it, but I mean, most of the people when I've heard talk about quantum mechanics say it's all quite probabilistic, but it's not. That's true probabilistic. It's not probabilistic in the sense of when we do computers, which is effectively just very complex number sequences. We're talking true probability here, where it could literally be any result, and if you reran it, you'd get a different result. There's no, or you might get a different result.
Right.
So, and there is no way in computation to truly generate a random number. We always have to just create a sequence and make it as obfuscated as we can. So it looks random to the user. Do you know what I mean? So it means we can never model in a computer quantum mechanics in that way, which is why quantum mechanics I think is so difficult. Or that is my understanding, if you know what I mean.
Uh huh.
But
Uh
yeah.
huh. Yeah. Interesting. It's funny too because I'm like comparing. So like this is a very much a side tangent, but I think a fun side tangent. Like the when you say that, I'm thinking of like there's other like neuroscientists who are like, do we have free will? And like at first I'm like, that's like the
Yeah, yeah.
stupidest thing ever. Of course we have free will. What do you mean we don't have like free will? And I think I'm starting to say maybe it's possible that we don't have like free will, at least in the sense that we think of. Or I don't know. I change my opinion on this every single day. It feels like, but like there's this one neuroscientist who's also on like Instagram, Dr. Rachel Barr, um, and her explanation of it was kind of interesting. It was like um, that we kind of have uh, free will in the sense that like I am constrained to uh to certain things we're in the context of like I'm in the context of like my office, um on the context of this call. I'm not likely to say something like absolutely um awful, or there's like I wouldn't say something like offensive, for example, or whatever. And like so that is that like free will. Like maybe a good example is like Tourette's. Like if you have Tourette's, it's almost like you're I mean you don't really have free will to stop the Tourette's, for one. But like I'm not going to say something offensive because I have like um, Tourette's, so to speak. This is a
Yeah,
very funny way to
I
say it.
mean,
Yeah.
one of the ways I've heard people argue, I've heard people argue against the concept of free will is if you roll back time to, let's say, 20 minutes before this,
Yeah.
and you would not know of what just happened, because if you roll back time, you've kind of rewound it, so you have no idea what's coming the next 20 minutes. At that moment, whatever that decision was, would you make any different decision? And if, you're exactly the same person in the exact same situation. If not, have you really got free will at that point? And that's the argument, that effectively everything is deterministic. Because if you ever go back to any point in time, everyone will make the same decisions. What I was,
Ah.
like saying, Roger Penrose's comment was, well, actually, maybe you would make a different decision if quantum mechanics is involved. If at any point our consciousness or underpinning of our thinking is underpinned by quantum mechanics, then we actually have a system that's probabilistic that could, in fact, if you roll back time, did it again, it could actually generate new results.
So
So
yeah.
it depends on it, and but then it says, well, then the question is even if it generates new results, is that really free will, or is it just a different type of determinism? Like, how much is that you under your control
Right.
yourself? That's another set of questions on top of that. So, yeah, it's really interesting, but yeah, I think it's a really interesting idea.
Right. Well, and so like yeah. So that's kind of like that's very curious to hear because yeah, I mean that was one thing I wondered is like yeah, like is it just a different type of determinism and that like quantum entanglement if um the quantum entangled electron wherever that is moves a certain way, maybe the I'm not a physicist by any means, but the quantum entangled electron in my brain of a particular neuron um, is shifted, and then that's going to lead to a different neural pathway, which leads to an entirely different set of things. Yeah, like different like type of determinism. Um, I guess where I get really curious with free will, and like I'll just I so this idea of like the basal ganglia has been like really interesting to me for like years. So like basal ganglia is known to like so a lot of like a lot of psychology and neuroscience research is like very um it's very like high level or like what does this function do or whatnot, and we don't I don't like I don't necessarily know that we have like a good philosophical understanding of like our brain. It's kind of, like especially when we talk about things like free will, like what does it even mean that we have free will? And I think of like the basal ganglia because like the basal ganglia is known to be an impact or is known to be relevant to like addiction, to learning, to optimism, and all these different things. And if you like, you kind of just start to say, well, what does this thing do? 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 How does the basal ganglia interact with the right the prefrontal cortex? Right, so the prefrontal cortex where we like make all of our decisions, right? Is here. The basal ganglia is here, and then everything, all of our sensory systems are kind of towards the back of the brain, right? Even our eyes, the optic nerve travels all the way to our occipital lobe at the back of our brain, um, where so just like as context, the basal ganglia I am very like so. What is the core of the reason I got interested in the basal ganglia or part of it was like I want to write a research paper in neuroscience on the functional architecture of our brain, and so I thought like this is gonna be not easy, but like I thought this is a very doable thing, and I'm like, okay, well, this stuff does this, this stuff does this, this stuff does this, etc., 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 etc. And then the basal ganglia is just like where it's like, wait, like it becomes like learning recursion. It feels like where
Hmm.
like you say, you know, like if we have like a simple function, right, and we say, um, you know, um, I don't know, we have f, we have g, and we have h, right, and we could say like f calls g, which calls h, which takes the argument of one, right? It's kind of like straightforward to see what the order of operations is here. Um, Let me call this y as an output. And yeah, it's kind of straightforward to see like what the order of operations is here. But like recursion, you're like it kind of looks confusing because you're like, what do you mean that you're calling, like even like fix? Fix still messes me up.
Don't think I've looked at this rule. Let x equal fx in x. Fix x f. So that's a function that takes a to a, and then you're going to say that let x equal fx. So you're going to say f applied to itself in the result of x. Jesus, yeah, that is
Yeah.
that's hard to follow.
Right? And you're just like,
Yeah.
and it works. It works very well. And
It's
you can, I think even, what is this? You can, is fix here? Do we have fix? Import data.function. I don't know if I've actually used this. Let's try to use it at least. Fix, I don't know, +1. Crap. Okay. Fix +1. Let's say take 1.
20, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Prelude. Thank you.
Um, oh, right. Maybe if I do this, does that work? I don't know. Okay, maybe ChatGPT can help us here. Use the function data dot function dot fix from Haskell. Does this work? Oh, what the heck? That does not make sense. That definitely does not make sense.
Um, but you need to assign that function to something, don't you? If it is a function, so you can then.
Uh, there we go.
Oh, there you go.
So it's infinite recursion. Yeah, it's basically using infinite recursion. So we could say prelude dot take 5 from ones.
Yeah.
Um, yeah. So I don't even know. Like you know what I mean? Like it's just like we can look at this, and it's so simple, but it's so
So hard to
little.
think about.
It's so hard to think about. And like
Yeah.
it's like it feels like the same way with the basal ganglia, because like I mean even like the brain is existing in a context, right? Like the brain is existing in nature, and like nature is updating, and you know so this cortex is receiving new information all the time, and
Hmm.
you're performing uh, new operations all the time, which
Yeah.
change which changes your environment, and then you have this like recursive loop. But then there's like so much more to it. Like we have the ability to like kind of do some deep thinking. Um, and that's all existing in the brain. But even too, like above all that, like even like the whole paper that was interesting for LLMs is that the attention is all you need idea, where we can um, we can basically get an AI to focus on text that it is created, um, which I think is like kind of like the closest we've gotten to like modeling the brain, so to speak, or at least like
Hmm.
modeling human thought. Um, and so but even then, like, okay, so all that cool stuff, all those cool faculties, um, and I forget how the heck we got here, but we how do we like how does it work for our brain like to to have an identity, right? Like a single neuron, like to quote Elon Musk, a single neuron does not know that it is a neuron. But when we get this brain, it emerges. There's this emergent property that it knows it's a brain. Um, and so like, how do we, how do like, but like, where is our like central? Like, my question. I looked at the basal ganglia first. I was like, oh well, this must be where we do our central like our central first thoughts come from. You know, um,
Hmm.
and even it's like it's not really even just like it's not like it's like one central thing. It's like a network of its own, of which is of maybe would be obvious to like a neuroscience that of course it's a network. What do you mean? It's a brain. Obviously, if you're talking about a specific area or brain region, it's a of course a network. Um, but like it's like it becomes like an existential question of like where is our like where is us, like where are we in this brain, like Kyle is very interested in like the idea of like could you take your brain or could you take you and put it into a new body, um or
Yeah, I think in a way, I mean, you could, but I think it'd be like jumping from um, being you at the age of 22 to jumping to the age of you at like 50,
right,
right? Because like, are you really you? Are you really the same you of what you were when you were 22 when you were in your 50s and 60s?
right,
And it's like, well, you are to some extent because there's some continuation of thought and process, but most of the hardware has been replaced, and unfortunately, not always replaced too faithfully to the original design. Um, and with that comes a change to you as who you are. So in a way, you are you are a continuation of that person, but you're not literally the same person. So could you, if you could, without killing the person, remove it? I think you could, but I think it would change you in ways that, like aging 50 years changes you.
right.
Um, it would make you a very different person. You wouldn't be the same person literally from one moment to the next.
Yeah,
But it would be a continuation of the person. I would say, I'd guess. I mean, that'd be my best guess. I've got no evidence for this, but that's. Yeah.
I would agree. Like in that guess, right? Because like even like, um, like if we kind of like we kind of start taking away the tertiary parts of the brain, even, let's say like I love hockey. If you take away if you were to cut out like the brain it's in this region here that we control like our it's actually like this fold here.
Mm.
This is where we control like our body parts. So like my hands would be, if I'm moving my hands, this brain region is active. um And so like if you were to like replace that and like yeah like it's like a different brain, maybe it's a younger brain, maybe it's an older brain, or like it's replaced, but even like more likely than not it would be I don't know how the engineering would work, but like it would probably be like a new brain, with new neurons. I would not know how to do hockey or whatever. I'd have no skills in that regard, and I like that would even change how I operate as a human being, right? If I didn't know how to play hockey, it would start to have like more. Maybe I would become interested through one thing leads to another, and I become interested in like cricket, which I've never played before. Um, it's actually I'm very curious. Was speaking to someone from UK, like is that like I know like Britain has like um, a cricket team, like, but then I think so does
Yeah,
Canada. Yeah.
it's kind of it depends on where you're from. So like it's actually both the kind of very southern counties and actually ironically quite a lot of the northern counties that are really into cricket.
Hmm.
Where I'm from, it's not really a big cricket area, so it's kind of region based. I don't know why it is. And then you get some areas which are a bit more rugby, kind of similar, and then kind of a lot really is football, or as others call it, soccer.
Right, right, right.
So that's the I mean soccer, which is the best thing. Is it weird? Feels weird to say soccer, but ironically we
I
did invent the word soccer.
I know what you mean
Um,
by football.
yeah, yeah. But the funny thing is, it was only since like the 90s that in the UK we stopped saying. I think it was because we became part of the EU and with the Europeans, because all the Europeans say football, and I think because that became a bigger thing, playing European football and stuff, we just got used to saying football. But the word soccer is actually the UK word for it originally, because it comes from association football as opposed to rugby football. Um, and those used to be the distinctions. And then yeah, we stopped saying it, and then complain about Americans calling it soccer. It was like we only stopped using it in about the 90s, I think, as a word.
Right.
But, yeah.
That's
Um,
interesting. I didn't know that.
yeah.
In some ways, if I understand correctly, it was soccer, and then it was football. Because I know like UK like
Well, it
invented
was,
soccer or
but
invented.
well, there are many games of football. So there's obviously like the American football. There's even things like Australian football. There's Gaelic football, and then in the UK, two forms of football came out, which was rugby football and association football. Association football got shortened down to the nickname soccer, but in Europe, though they adopted the association football rules, they had their own games of football, which were much more close to association football. They became using the same rules as association football, but then we stopped using the word soccer for some reason and just carried on using what the Europeans, which was just to call it generally football, because the French play rugby, the Italians play rugby, but really across Europe there aren't many, to my knowledge, aren't many other footballs. It is just what we would call soccer, or
Interesting.
what we used to call soccer, and the Americans call soccer.
It's cool too to learn where the word comes from, like the association. Like I almost wonder if it's like a sock, like the yeah, I don't know.
Yeah,
I
this
nerd
comes
out.
from
Sorry.
this comes from Brits shortening everything. If you give us a word for long enough, we will shorten it down to something else.
An acronym.
Um,
Yeah, you're gonna start calling this the thala or something. I don't know.
yeah, that'd be a thala. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah,
Uh,
or even the th, and then it gets confused with template Haskell, and then I
yeah.
don't know.
Yeah.
Cool though. I don't.
Definitely calling the sensory association cortex the sac. That's
Yes.
already being called that. That's definitely the sac.
But then you'll get confused with Sacramento. I'm so against short forms. Like I've I don't know. Like it's just I worked at like this one like sales company or whatever, and like every single thing was like, oh, like we got to get the SAC to the GAD and the
Oh,
and you're like, bro, what are you saying? Like,
yeah.
yeah,
Acronyms are because there's so many acronyms, and so many acronyms could be something slightly different. And Yeah, no, I agree. In a business place, just call it the thing it is.
Right.
Because yeah, too many acronyms just becomes too impossible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Um,
Um,
but just because this is so interesting, and I'm glad to have an ear for this. Like I really, you know, um, I like with this like idea that like even if you took away this like kind of insignificant part of the brain, that it would ultimately lead to a cascading effects of like the different you. um I'm even curious too, like um like mainly because of like Kyle's like question, like where could you cut down to in the brain? Like if you replace like everything but the basal ganglia, would you still be like the identity that you are, that like all the and like I don't even.
yeah,
Mhm.
Yeah.
it's
I,
hard
I
to
would.
know. I've heard of people having damage to the brain and certain areas, and I'm not sure if it's just as that kind of central part. I think there are parts of the frontal lobe that if that gets damaged, it can have profound effects on your personality. Um,
Yes.
so I think it's more complex than just. I think it's kind of a distributed problem. But yeah, if you lose the control of your left hand, let's say, because you damage that specific area, that probably won't have a huge impact on your personality beyond. Oh shit, I don't know the use of my left hand.
Yeah.
But beyond that, but other things I don't know. I think yeah. Oh yeah, there's that guy. You had a whole massive yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
Jesus.
You were mentioning Penrose before. I think one way to see these issues, like there's two factions, right? There's the reductionist one that sees us coming from an emergent system, right? From simple rule
Hmm.
becomes more complex because it's emergent. But then there's the other faction that says that reality cannot create our consciousness, and in reality, the brain is just like an antenna that looks into a different reality that connects to. So it's like impossible for a machine to reproduce consciousness.
Right.
That's uh, I was mentioning Federico Faggin, which is the inventor of the microprocessor, and has an old theory about that. But I think there's like Penrose as well. I think is on the same track, and yeah, I think there's these two views, right? There's a very scientific
Is
one,
that I
this
produce
is
the live
reductionist, and the other one that sees a dual world where there's two dimensions connecting to each other.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was that's interesting. I know what you mean. I know what you mean from the different discussions, but I hadn't heard it kind of postulated in that sense. But that makes sense. Yeah, the kind of slightly more reduction. I'm not quite sure if I quite go into the kind of antenna thing. I don't know if I feel like I don't know. That's just it's probably just more of and I've got no reason to believe it or not. But from my idea, like I do feel like I'm contained in myself in the unit that is Nick.
Yeah.
The kind of idea that I exist in some other way outside of me is it doesn't quite gel. But I am very much a materialist in my outlook at the world. So probably somewhat in that kind of shows which side of things. But I do still wonder, even if you take yeah more of a reductionist point where you say it all comes out of like an emerging kind of pattern, but if that pattern involves things that do not compute in the way that we want, like then you still get something that you can't get out of a computation. So I think there's even for the people in that kind of things, it kind of doesn't things. But yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I
I
think the antenna stuff is a bit hard for me to wrap my brain around.
yeah. I
Ironically,
Yes, sounds like philosophical, yeah,
yeah.
almost a Joe Rogan type of thing.
yeah.
No,
This is just becoming a
I would call
podcast, eh?
it,
I really this is like such an interesting video. This like broke my brain. No, I hate saying that like that, but it's just it's a good way, like it kind of in fun one funny way he says nothing, but in another way he's like is because there's not much to say, like, and this is kind of what I mean by we don't have the philosophy to explain our brain. Like we don't have the
Yeah.
philosophy to explain consciousness. Like even I think I am more naturally a materialist in that
Mm.
I think my view today is that I'm materialist who believes that, like, yeah, I think this is kind of what you guys are saying, is like that the materialism the materials lead to emergent properties which are really hard to explain. Like,
Yeah.
like I think I've heard ideas that people have ideas that the mind leads to material. The our consciousness leads to our material reality, and I think there's like actually some philosophical like reason to
I
that. Yeah.
I just got into a debate with someone on YouTube. I very rarely put anything in comments, but there was the fact was that it was a YouTube video. Someone, what do they call it? Um, Analytical idealism. But he was saying, he was positing that materialism made no sense, and I'm like, well, I'm pretty embedded in the materialist philosophy about looking. So he kind of said things. He kind of thought he was just proving things, and I basically got into a bit of a debate with someone else in his chats. But I was just like, I'm pretty sure you're making this a bunch of category errors, um,
Yeah.
because you're making the kind of argument. They were saying like, um, because materialism makes they were saying materialism makes the argument that all matter is unconscious, and then they said that becomes circular reasoning, and I went, no, materialism makes no claim of that. That's like saying, when people say saying that you don't believe in God is some sort of belief in God. It's like, no, you can, that's not,
Right.
that's not an accurate way of viewing it. I don't make a claim, because the thing was saying, material can be is conscious or unconscious. I can be conscious or unconscious, right? Because I have a brain that has the ability to be conscious, and if you shot me in the head, quickly I'd become unconscious, right? So, but unconscious and conscious is like a switch, if you like, is a material that can be switched between the two states.
Hmm.
And I'm getting handed a coffee, so I got distracted. And then, but the but a potato cannot switch from conscious to unconscious.
Right.
So saying a potato is unconscious is just ridiculous. It's you know what I mean. And then I was like, a lot of what that came. I just feel like is redefining then what we mean by consciousness, and it's like starting to use like things like mind, or thought matter or mind matter. I'm like, well, what is even that thing that you're saying? And they're saying, like, because they're going, but what is underneath an atom? You say it's all made of these atoms, and then Higgs boson. And I went, yeah, but then what's under consciousness? What builds consciousness up? At some point, you get is it turtles all the way down, as people often like to quit.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, it's at some point you get to an internal. Either there is a base thing, or there's always forever something underneath, and you're at some level, some forever recursion of there's got to be some basic bubbles. And this, I think, often comes down to a lot of these ideas and end up coming down to this idea. To a certain extent, I'd have the same criticism of string theory, though I'm not good enough, or I'm not even a physicist, let alone a good enough physicist, to really say if string theory is a good or not. But it feels like someone went, oh, I would like it if reality was really mathematically clean. And it's like, but what happens if reality just isn't mathematically clean, and we just want it to be mathematically clean because that our brains came up with maths to describe it, and we like it when it's nice and
Yeah,
clean? That
it's the
doesn't
only we
mean
see.
reality has to. Yeah, reality doesn't have to go by our preferences, I don't think.
Have you ever heard of Wolfram? It's like
Yes.
a computer. He has I had to look for it. Computational irreducibility, which says
Yeah.
basically, is more on the reductionist materialistic view, right? It says that the universe is a big computation that cannot be simplified, and that's why we cannot think of everything and explain everything, because it would be like the same computation reducing itself. So because we are inside the computation, it cannot be explained in a holistically.
Yeah. I think it's interesting because a lot of physicists don't even comment on Wolfram. So it's interesting that he's never really been something that anyone's but it kind of, it makes a lot of I mean, I've not really
Yeah,
dug into it enough to know if there's any, I can't say that I'm a Wolframist or anything like that. But it does seem like to some extent makes sense that that everything is, but then I do think though he's right about that, I do start to the question is though is about quantum mechanics. If quantum mechanics is truly probabilistic,
Mm.
or even worse, if quantum mechanics can actually hold two alternative states at the same time, the cat being dead and alive at the same time, though most people don't agree with that position.
Mm.
Um, then how can that ever be a computation? Because a computation,
Yeah,
you know what
that's
I mean?
true.
Like if you've got a computation, if it's basic, any computation can be reduced to a lookup table, right? Well, how can you have a
Mm.
lookup table which points to two different things at the same time? That's not computationally sound. So unless I can hear, like, I'd still say I think quantum mechanics is the fly in most people's ointment about how about how theories work, because it just I don't think human brains maybe just I'm not saying not capable, but I think we still for the layman, at least for someone like myself, my comprehension of what quantum mechanics is really is, and I kind of still think we don't have a very good idea of what quantum mechanics really is, beyond it just being another emergent property of the universe. But it kind of, I think, flips a lot of things on the head. Like I think it undermines the idea that things can be just computation, etc. But I don't know. Like I said, Wolfram's a much cleverer bloke than I am, so I wouldn't argue with him about it.
You know what? I gotta say, like, you guys might laugh at this, but like, I this is kind of why I like part of why I like Haskell, uh, and not trying to bring it back to Haskell or something like that, but like because I'm like, well, I wonder, like, okay, like if we were to like replace all the terms that we're talking about with with programming terms, and we kind of say it's like a pure function, like the idea of like a pure function versus an impure function, where we is the universe, what I'm asking, I guess, then is is quantum mechanics only reducible to impure functions, which, or could we like define math that like could describe the could describe the path of an electron, and I guess like my thought there is like, like, what does it mean to be pure? And I think like it ends up it ends up looking like this, and that we have like a million different arguments to the function, right? Like, like the the Schrodinger equation, right? It almost like feels like it's too simple. I mean, I'm not I'm not a physicist, but I'm like, it feels like there's just more variables here um than we can ever like comprehend or give our attention to. You know what I mean? What if one electron can be quantum entangled with another electron that's like a universe away, like, maybe that just says that like that one electron is affected by like 7 million different variables, and it's pure, but it's affected by 7 million different variables. And if we could then plot, like, if we could then like figure out like the pure equations. This is just something I wonder, if we could figure out the pure equations for each individual thing. Um, then would we have something that we can like model? But even then, like, you need to get those variables, so it kind of becomes like you need a pure function does nothing, right? Like Haskell started with like no IO, which was like you couldn't. It was like kind of a pointless language. You couldn't do anything.
Could
So
make a box a bit warmer.
yeah, and so it's like, okay, maybe the argument is like kind of like, okay, so um of like, the the purity, because like we can't figure out where that electron is going to go without having the information about um all the other different electrons and particles, and where those exist, and all the, dark matter, etc. um and then it becomes like a recursive question of like, well, this particle affects this particle, and they both affect each other, and we need to like, over time, continuously like feed the arguments back and forth to each other to model this, right? So it kind of becomes. I guess I'm in a way I'm kind of actually beginning to understand, Sergio, the point you were making about like we can't simplify it is like it becomes like just at the end of the day a simulation. We can't
Yeah.
reduce, I guess.
Mhm.
Yes, I was just getting that kind of thing of what Sergio was saying about Wolfram as well. Like if everything is actually impacted by the previous set of computations, you can't reduce it down to a computation at any point of t because you need every single point of t to calculate the next one.
Mm.
So maybe, yeah, maybe in that sense you could explain it potentially quantum mechanics could be explained even by that kind of idea if that's how it works. Like I said, I just don't know enough about quantum mechanics to get there. The only thing I always fundamentally say is that I'm not entirely convinced we live in a completely deterministic universe, at least on the micro
Mm.
scale. And I think if we don't live in a deterministic universe at a micro scale, but we live in a well, at least if you ignore quantum mechanics, like because it doesn't really have an effect on the macro scale directly, then it makes sense to me that you have two sets of equations that would explain one and the other. Because surely you can't, you know what I mean? That and I feel like that's with string theory and those other theories, is you're trying to connect a non-deterministic system with a deterministic system. And I think by definition that just sounds ridiculous, like not not going to happen. But I mean, again, that could just be me exposing my lack of knowledge on the subject.
Well, even like for analogy's sake, I'm kind of thinking like I would have I would have thought I would have disagreed with you, and then I'm like trying to make it more of of an example I can think of than like physics or whatever, and I'm thinking of like just I don't know, trying to write good code in like a horrible code base. Is kind of the analogy I'll make is like, if you write like a I'll like I wrote this I wrote this function or this project for my work that I was like, this is like perfect. I went so deep on like different ideas in functional programming, like the idea of like a free monad, um, dry runs, and like that sort of thing. And I was like, this is beautiful. Like this is like so good. And then I go away for a week on vacation, um, and it gets used, or someone else like in the company um, like broke it. Like and it's like, and I'm frustrated with it because I'm like, I literally like it's even kind of silly because if you run the code once, you will see there's an issue with like the change they made. Um, and I'm like, okay, well, like that's how that's how that company operated, and I'm like, well, I can't do anything about that. Like if they if 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 you're in like a chaotic environment, it doesn't really matter how clean you try to be. You know what I mean? Like it's just gonna become that very well formed specific thing becomes part of the chaos. I guess. Um, so
Well, that's what I think. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm thinking with the kind of macro physics and kind of the physics of the micro. There's obviously got to be some level of interface between them because it's the same reality. But like your chaotic code and a well organized code base, you'd create a good interface between your good code base and the chaotic one. And that's kind of what I think might exist. Is like, you know what I mean? Like they're very different domains, but where they do interact, it would be kind of in a defined interface kind of way. But then it's kind of pure chaos, if you like, in that kind of quantum level,
right,
and then pure, lovely purity and deterministic in our, like Jupiter's not going to suddenly start fly off at a right angle, thankfully. So because something of quantum mechanics, it does seem at the macro level it is all very deterministic. Like we know where Jupiter's going to be in the next hour or two,
mm-hmm.
or even in the next 32 years, we could calculate where Jupiter will be.
Right,
But like knowing exactly where a electron might be or where an electron is harder to determine in that kind of sense, if that makes sense.
right, right, and Yeah, and even too, I guess like the purpose of, I mean, maybe we're just doing math for the love of it. But you know, like the purpose even of like um, any equation is ultimately to do some sort of engineering, and like
Hmm.
if we were to try and do better than this by having information about every single electron ever, then like I mean maybe there's a way that you could do that, that you like are able to calculate for a given part of the simulation where that simulation piece should be um, in the future. But I don't know. I'm wondering like if that would be like something you could actually make use of in engineering. I guess like in the sense of like you know like would you have a computer that's powerful enough to compute each electron? You know, like I mean the um, what was it? The I'm forgetting the name. Sergio, you mentioned
Wolfram.
Wolfram. Yeah,
Yeah, it's similar to what he's doing, isn't
yeah, and I guess like I think that's I wonder if that's where like I because I heard like a similar idea from I'm gonna butcher the name Michio Kaku, that like you know it's probably like from Wolfram originally, but like that if we were to try and like the simplest way to simulate the universe is like the universe itself. Um,
it? Hmm.
so I don't know. I mean,
Yeah, it reminds me also the of the markets, right? That they say is this concept of reflexivity. So like the market, you can't really predict them because in the end, even if you predict them, then you put your opinion into the market and you change them. So you influence it, and that reminds me also of recursivity and Haskell. There's some similarities.
yeah. Well, even you know what? That's why I'm so interested in like functional reactive programming. Like you
Yeah,
know,
yeah, makes sense.
right? Because it's like, is this like our best? Like, is this kind of like the best we can do? I wonder. Like, you know, from an engineering standpoint, is this like kind of I guess the best we can do in terms of like, um, how to like we can be reflexive, right? We can
Hmm,
see the market and just like kind of react as best we can. And even like yeah, I'm kind of realizing like that's like how um, how like the financial company that I work at, how they operate is like they have like these daily jobs, and I'm like, why would you ever have like daily jobs like that you like run at a scheduled time or whatever? And I think there's definitely a better way to do things, but like I think the best reformulation of like the engineering of this company would end up looking like, I mean, event-based programming or like FRP, where
Yeah.
you know, like it's like the market did this, buy something, and then check. Okay, did the market do something? You know what I mean? You're just kind of doing this like loop of like do something, respond, do something, respond, do something, respond. Um, yeah,
hmm,
Well, it literally is events, isn't it? I mean, that's what the market is a series of events. So a functioning style that literally based off events is you would think be the best way to model it, um, as opposed to like you say, if they're just doing a daily kind of batch kind of
yeah,
call of functions over something, it's like, well, that's a very snapshot. You're only ever going to get a snapshot view of it.
yeah,
And that means you've got what, I don't know, like a 9 o'clock view of the markets of the world. you haven't got a you haven't got a fully kind of living model of the markets. Yeah.
right. And then they have all these other issues with like you know just timing issues. Like an email will come late. This is the other thing. Like the financial industry is like is really behind on technology. It feels like. Um, there's this even I actually when I started there I was like, oh, like this is awful, and then I'm like, actually no, this is great for the industry. Um, and like there's like this system called PAM, You guys maybe even heard of like the company that creates it, State Street. They're apparently like massive, this massive. I don't know. They're almost like a BlackRock. Like they're like a smaller BlackRock basically,
Mm.
and they have this system called PAM, and it sucks. It's awful. It's also job based, in that it's like, at this time we're gonna run this thing, and like they just it's I don't know. There's so many different examples of like awful, like how is how is your system this bad, um, but like they'll consistently be like, we could not reproduce this bug, we're closing the ticket. That's like kind of the running joke in the company, is that like you make a PAM ticket, it's gonna get like just closed because they're gonna say, I don't know what happened here, and you're like, wow, that's awful. But the
And
whole,
is mainly about trading, your company, or more transactions
yeah,
trading?
yeah, exactly. The at least the part of the company that I'm in is like about trading. I'm on like
Hmm.
the investment tech team. Um,
Right.
and so like they but like even like what I'm noticing with the investment industry is just like, it is very it's very awful. Like the technology is like, oh my gosh, like what is this crap? Um, and the more I'm like looking at it, I'm like, honest to God, like we're literally like not even that complicated, are we? Like it's literally like where does all this complexity come in? And I mean, a lot of it is just that like it's horrible design, horrible code, or whatever. But it's also just like at the base of it a very complex um, event system. Like it's there's like a million different trades or whatnot. There's trades that can happen. There's different market conditions that can happen, and those lead to trades. And it's not like we're automating trades. So like the investment team needs to be notified of certain market conditions or whatnot. I think, I don't know. But I'm kind of speculating there. Um, but yeah, it's I don't know. It feels like FRP just exists as like this like beautiful thing that could fix like a million different like the more complex um engineering pieces, I suppose, like because even like I guess this is like why um like I mean FRP, it almost feels like you're working with like a server, in the sense of like, or you're setting up a server. If we go and I just added the documentation for Jenga. So I'm gonna look at that, so I know there's an example here. Like we're kind of setting up like a server, it feels like, with this with like setting up a button, right? Like we're setting up a way to respond to like a user event, um, and then doing something like performing their request to give them a response. Um, and that's just how like the world kind of works, in the sense of like, we are performing a service for someone, right? At the end of the day, like it's kind of like, if you want to start your own business, like you kind of need to provide value for someone. You can't just like, you know, you can't just do nothing. Like if I provided no value to anyone in this community or whatever, it'd be like, why would anyone join the community? Um, Hopefully I provide some value, but like and the way that we provide value is through like a request response type thing, and it feels like FRP is just like the best way to build a system that is in response to a service or a request of sorts. I don't know where I started on this, but yeah.
Yeah, I think I can see what you mean. Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know. I think FRP is really cool. It's like I think FRP. Oh yeah, FRP. How it relates to quantum mechanics and like yeah. I guess like what I'm saying here is that, like I wonder if you could use FRP to think about like quantum mechanics. But even then, I guess like it's or to engineer a quantum mechanics simulation or something of that form.
Mhm.
um, but even we, I guess I'm kind of seeing the feed of how we got from here. The tabs tell the story, right? Of we were talking about we had ChatGPT open, then we got onto a new tab, then we got into the
I
brain.
think it was LLMs
Yes,
to can we ever get to with LMMs with like from like where we are with a human mind,
right.
and then we went down many rabbit holes.
Yes, love it. This is awesome. I am so happy with this rabbit hole, and somehow it ends up here. This is it ends up with the new Jenga framework. That's the moral of the story. But no, but even like I don't know. I am just because I have an ear or two. Thank you. It's like this basal ganglia. Like our brain is a recursive function with like FRP. If we're responding to events, like it's as they happen in our environment, and um, it's also like I guess that network of FRP is like hosted in the brain or whatever. Like like how reflex works for where for example is that we have a host, like a reflex host that manages the event network, and like so where's the host in here of this like functional reactive brain, um, is like I mean it's managed through like the cortex and all the different ways that we process information and can perform a response to it. Like and I feel like that's even like the easier thing to think about, or the more like natural thing to think about is like if someone says something to you, right? As I talk, you guys are presumably hearing me, and if Jitsi passes along the signal, um, and then that's leading to information um, in your temporal lobe, right, coming through the ear, getting processed into sensory information, that's getting processed by the temporal lobe. Maybe it's making connections. I mean, especially with the rich conversation that we're having, it's probably making connections with other theory that we have. So like kind of more towards the upper region of the temporal lobe, which by the way is near the hippocampus, where we recall our information from. Um, but even then, I'm like, but what's so cool and like the kind of breaking piece that I'm like still like, what the like how does this work? Is that we can choose, like you guys could choose to pay attention to what I'm saying, or you could choose to just go do something else, right? And there's like a choice in there that's being made to listen to me. Thank you. Um, and like how's that like recursive
What?
function of choosing what to do like function, and that has to be somehow related to the basal ganglia. um yeah.
It's a
Or it
kind of
comes from
like the
somewhere
mind,
else.
yeah, or somewhere else. But
Free
yeah.
will.
So you like you were saying that kind of that antenna idea. But
Mm.
like, there's also this well, it's like if it's let's say it's the basal ganglia, it's almost like the mind of the mind, isn't it? Like because it's that like I was saying with what AI can't do is go because like you'll have thoughts, right, and you'll listen to your own thoughts. Well, what is that?
Right.
You are listening to your own thoughts and then going, well, that was a dumb thought, or oh my god, that's really clever,
Yeah.
right? What is that? That's not one mind. You know what I mean? It's not just like a single set of processes and computations. There is a thing of that you are listening to your own mind in a way, and it's I find that very very hard to reconcile with something more like the kind of large language models. I don't think that they have that kind of.
Mhm.
I'm sure someone who very might disagree with me. I'm not the biggest. I don't know that huge amount about LLMs, but there doesn't seem to be that kind of I don't know consciousness. I suppose is what I'd call it. Yeah,
Mm.
um, the ability to even think about your own thinking.
It,
Yeah.
even too, it's like it's kind of so like yeah, like I mean, you kind of said it here, but like even like I kind of thought like I thought like am I just like weird or whatever? Like the but like I guess the Huberman podcast talked about this where like the basal, this is kind of because of the basal ganglia, is you'll just have like these kind of crazy thoughts of like um like should I, like you'll just be walking along and like minding your own business, and you'll just like see someone or whatever. Like here's a good example, like you'll see someone and maybe in the back of your brain you're like, should I scream at them? And it's just like this random stranger on the street, and I'm like, that feels so weird. Like, where did that thought come from? Like, I don't want to scream at this person. Like, why would I scream at this person? It's like it's the most nonsensical thought, and you're like, am I angry or something? Like, what? Wait, where did that come from? Um,
Yeah,
maybe I need therapy or whatever. Um, but like, and I'm like that's such a weird thing. And then like he talked about in this podcast, I'm like, oh, that's normal. Like you just have these like insane thoughts that you're never like going to do, and that's just part of like that's just the basal ganglia just coming up with ideas. It's just like it's also important to talk about maybe. I think like the piece of the the brain that the AI is really missing is the amygdala, because like the amygdala would
mm,
be and the amygdala and like the like I guess like kind of through habituation, the prefrontal cortex, which is controlled by the amygdala and the basal ganglia, at least in a functional view, um, the amygdala would say, "Don't do that. Don't. Why would you scream at someone? Why would you go and perform that crazy
that's
thought?"
the filter.
Yeah, the filter, and so like and actually the Phineas Gage guy, what's like hilarious is that like he just was like he had no filter after this, like his prefrontal cortex got destroyed, but he was alive still, um and this is a railroad piece that exploded and went right through his skull. Didn't kill him, which is kind of cool to think about. That
Insane.
this, yeah, right,
Yeah,
and but it destroyed his prefrontal cortex, and so he just like had no filter. This guy would like get into fights all the time. He would just like go up to someone and be like, just swear at them or whatever. And that's because like he had no prefrontal cortex, and I guess like the amygdala was maybe still active. I guess is I would assume. I don't think it took out his amygdala, because if it took out his, also I would theorize that like it's this part of the brain that if this got like damaged, then you would die. I would think either like there's even it's like I think kind of a like what would what would kill you is kind of a cool thought, because like the brainstem, there's people who are brain dead, right? But they are like they're kind of in this like quasi alive state of um there's still activity through their brainstem, right? Like, and they're still performing like heartbeat, all the basic stuff, but they're absolutely brain dead, and the brain's not coming back. Um, and so it's like, so what happened? And even I'm actually now pulling from just a TV show, The Pit. There's the one example where I hate Grey's Anatomy. I would never watch Grey's Anatomy, to be clear, but The Pit is actually like I heard good things, and I'm like, I'm gonna watch this. We binged the whole thing, um, but there was one person who um, died from a drug overdose in the show. And what I'm curious about is like the relation between like addiction and um, the relation between addiction and like brain death from overdose. Because like too much, right, like just too much of that chemical that you put into your brain has led to brain death is a and that's a fully possible thing, right? It was a TV show, but that's a very real thing that can happen. um, and is it because like the dopamine system just like exploded, right? Your dopamine system has exploded, and that's your basal ganglia. And so like there's no longer this recurring network of I should do this, I should do this, I should do this, I should do this, I should do this. Um, yeah. So yeah, I don't I have no idea where I started on this one, but yeah.
Yeah. No, I think yeah, addiction is one of those. It is kind of an interesting thing because it is again kind of a little nod to that maybe we're not I think it almost in a way it's a little bit more of a nod to the determinists, if you know what I mean. Like if your behavior, because no one would choose to be addicted to something, in terms of your own free will. However, that at least the determinists would say the illusion of free will is taken away when you bring in a look in addiction, because addiction is just showing that if you give the right stimuli to the brain, it will choose to do something that you might not want to do. You know what I
Right.
mean?
Right. And actually I think that
And
that reminded me of where we started with all this. Is like
mm,
is yeah, the free will of the like I think you have free will in this area of like, choosing between um choosing how you're going to throw a ball or whatever. You have free will in that area, but like at this level, do we have free will at the level of our basal ganglia? Like with addiction, like you're saying, um, if someone's addicted, like they are, it's just like automatic. They're automatically thinking about I need to get this drug, or whatever else they're addicted to. Maybe you can be addicted to
mhm.
gambling, of course, but like. Which scares the hell out of me. If I'm like I would never I only have ever gambled like a couple times in my life, and I'm like I've actually it's gone horribly wrong. So not horribly wrong. Like I've lost, which is not surprising because it's betting. Um, but I'm like that was my biggest fear. Like if there's anything I would not want to be addicted to, it would be gambling, because that just is like literally throwing your money away. um,
Yeah, I think
yeah,
I think gambling. I never really like. I like. Well, I suppose I don't understand gambling. I don't understand all forms of gambling. Cause I like poker because it's me playing a game,
yeah,
and if I play it well, I get the money. If I don't, I don't. But games where it's just complete pure luck, I don't get it. Like I've got no control of this situation. I can in no way improve my ability at doing it. All I'm doing is, I suppose sports betting is a bit different. Like if you know sports and you're good at understanding, if a hockey player is off and well, actually they're going against that team and that team's actually really good and the odds are in your favor because the betting house hasn't got it right.
right,
Maybe I can understand people doing that as well. But yes, just spinning on the roulette wheel, that kind of gambling. I just don't. Yeah, it doesn't do anything for me at all. A
right.
bit like you, I think it just kind of almost breaks away. But like, yeah, no. Maybe that me liking the illusion of that I can actually influence the world around me
Right.
and taken away from me. Don't
Yeah.
like it.
No, even especially with like the electronic aspect of it, I'm like, are these like, what if these machines are just like, I mean, and they're literally rigging the odds in their own favor. Like, the one of the few times I've ever gambled, we went to a casino in Niagara Falls. Do you guys know Niagara Falls by out of curiosity? Like, is Niagara Falls like Niagara Falls? I guess is like I think it's a worldwide known thing, but I don't really know.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah, yeah, yeah, yeah,
Interesting.
yeah.
it's
No, for
iconic.
sure. Yeah.
Yeah,
Nice. Yeah. So like, awesome area. I think it's. I mean, it's easier for me to visit, but I think it's worth visiting. Um,
Mhm.
and we went to a casino there. And I like got $20 or whatever, and I just like we went on one of the machines, And I was like, this sucks. Like this is not, you know, like because you win, you put in like $1. Like we just brought in like $20, right? I put in $1, and then it'd be like you won 30 cents, and I'm like, that's not a win. Like, what do you mean?
You
No,
took 70 cents off
That's
me.
good.
right.
Marketing, right?
Yeah, and I'm like, bro, like you might as well just told me I lost 70 cents. Like, yeah, but you're marketing, right? So,
Yeah.
yeah, and like every now and then, like you'll win $5 on on 30 cents or on $1, and you're like, okay, well, I guess I'll keep playing like, or something. But even like I don't know, I'm laughing because uh, my fiance had like way better way better luck than me. There's like these machines too have like the most insane animations, right? And they're just like there's it was like I think the machine was like Zeus or something like that, and like every now and then you would get a roll, and then you get one Zeus, and I don't know how the game worked, but then another Zeus would pop up, and that meant a bonus round, and then like and I think she won like $10 on one spin or whatever, and I'm just watching as I just like lost all my money, all my $20, and I'm like, holy, like what is this game? But um, I don't know. It's just silly. I don't know. Maybe I'll never be addicted to gambling. I hope.
You're safe.
Yeah.
Good
You
on
know,
corpse.
yeah, right. Like I was no, literally, I was almost glad that like it went poorly, because I'm like, okay, thank God I can't get addicted to this. Like, it's how would I get addicted to something that went? I lost $20. Um, although when I was up to like 25 at one point, and I'm like, this is awesome. So, yeah. Um, but yeah, no, like I think I don't know, like addiction, right? Is just like it's a very interesting thing, and I think like it's so cool because like well, what's cool is that like so much of the brain is studied by disorder. Like when something goes wrong, what happens? When this goes wrong, what happens? When someone takes a bar through their head, and they lose their prefrontal cortex, what happens? And we see that like this effect happens, or they lose this function, and it's kind of like trying to study the role of a function by by subtraction, um, and it seems I don't know I'm kind of thinking about this now with the whole addiction and relationship to like drug overdose is like I very much wonder um, even more about like free will and the basal ganglia, because we just like we it you don't like it's like it's you don't have the ability to control that kind of thing. Like even um, I don't
But
know.
is that almost a bit like the what people describe, having the angel and the devil on each shoulder? You got the the gangler just like being the devil, go do it, shout at it,
Yeah,
and then you have your amygdala going like, no, well, maybe not, maybe calm that down.
yeah.
Mm.
No, literally, it literally is like yeah, the amygdala being the angel, um, and then the basal ganglia being like the devil kind of thing. Like, um, and it's even it's like it's funny too because even like like the basal ganglia and the amygdala, they both take inputs from the environment too. So even then, it's like, this concept of free will. Like if you wanted to study like how, well, I guess there's two pieces to the environment, like the quantum entanglement of like how did this electron over here affect this electron and cause this effect or whatever, this side effect, and then how did like the environment give input to the amygdala and the basal ganglia, um, like because both receive, the core point being that both receive input from the environment, um, and we have no control over that piece, right? We have no control over what our basal ganglia and our amygdala receive from the environment. Even like the amygdala too is more typically thought of in relation to the association cortex, um, because we like the amygdala is also to do with fear, right? Fear, like really, like this is actually even like the more simplified way of like viewing this is like literally just like that the basal ganglia is involved with like or like is studied through like go or no go experiments, right? Like um go or no go experiments, like which is really what it is. Like the basal ganglia has no seems to have only the ability to either fire a signal or to not fire a signal. Um, and like same with the amygdala, um, it it's kind of fire or not fire. Or I guess sorry, the go no go is to do with any electron, sorry, any neuron in general. But I think it's a valid way to look at the basal ganglia as well. Is like, is it go or no go? Um, did this stimuli or whatever excite, right? Like for a rat brain, which also has a basal ganglia, um, and all this like kind of fundamental stuff is like very fundamental to every species. Um, I'm even curious, like, does like a fly have like a basal ganglia? I would assume so. Um, and like this mouse sees cheese, the basal ganglia is gonna fire with excitement that we should now take action to go towards that cheese, right? And we should take action, figure out how we're going to take that action, and then go literally physically perform that action. um, and that's like on the basis of seeing the cheese represented in the brain, that leads to that go or no go. And same with the basal ganglia. Then we can have like a negative stimulus or stimuli. I keep saying stimulus, like financial or whatever. Um, the the a negative stimuli like seeing a predator would lead to a flight or a flight or fight response, and which is interesting too because um, it's actually I don't it seems like it's a very misunderstood piece there, like the fight or flight response in relation to the amygdala, because like the um, the amygdala is like thought of as inhibition, right? It's inhibition, but it's also like capable of um, it's also capable of like performing action or like leading to action. So it's not just inhibitory. Um, right, inhibitory versus excitatory are kind of like the more formal terms. Um, the basal ganglia being excitatory, the amygdala being inhibitory. Um, but yeah, and it's interesting too because like any new stimuli, this is the other piece that's not understood about the amygdala, or not well understood by about the amygdala, is that like for any new stimuli, like if there's like an alien or whatever, like something we've never seen before, that's gonna lead to an amygdala response, no matter what, because it's just it's not understood by our sensory system, which is I think I'm kind of I guess guessing here, but it's not understood by our sensory system, which is what leads to the amygdala being far more active, um, and that that also leads to action. I don't know where I'm going with this. I think I'm more just throw, throwing information, but
Yeah.
yeah.
So would you say the reflection there, the reflection of both the inhibitive and the excitatory, or however you say the word, the basal ganglia kind of things, is that more the frontal cortex then, where you're doing that reflection? Is that what's thought? Do you know?
Yeah. So like the path. So if we're like a a stimuli, right? Like we're going from like the physical stimuli, the photons like of the stimuli, right, hitting your
Hmm.
eye. What path does that take in the brain? Right. So we have our eyes here. It would hit our iris and or iris, our optic nerve ultimately, and that would
Hmm.
travel to here, um, and then we would maybe even a really good example would be like talking to a human, right? Where talking to a colleague at work or something like that. Um, there's because there's just more to that experience. Like a human is obviously quite a different qualitative experience than a rock. No
Yeah.
disrespect to pet rocks, but um, like uh, and so that leads to the basal ganglia firing whatever, um, and then the next path that takes as a whole is that it kind of goes like this, right? Which is like kind of funny because you're like, well, why wouldn't it like just take the shortest path? Um, and there, I mean, one reason is that like the dopaminergic pathway is this way,
Mm.
but why is the dopaminergic, like why is evolution led to the dopaminergic pathway being this way? Um, because this is right. This brain is like in the context of however many years of evolution, since the first living thing that had a brain, because I guess like amoebas don't have a brain, um, which I forget that like there's literally living things without a brain, including myself. uh, and so like this area though, the what this area has evolved to be is that this is like where we kind of analyze risk, right? So actually,
Mm.
like gambling, like you would see this area is incredibly active, um, and and you might think like, well, that's like why addiction, like that's the explanation for addiction or whatever. But also then like, what about like drugs? Drugs don't really have like a risk. I mean, they have a risk. They have much risk, but like you're not thinking about like, oh my gosh, like I wonder if I'm gonna have an issue with this time that I do this drug. Um,
You probably wouldn't take them very regularly if you worried about every single thing every time you took them. Yeah.
right. Be like, maybe not. I don't want to. I don't want to have a. I don't want to try fentanyl.
Panic attack every time you smoked a spliff. Yeah.
Oh my god. Yeah. Right. Literally, even alcohol too. Like would. I mean, I guess alcohol could be exciting or whatever. But yeah,
Yeah.
a spliff would. A spliff would be more. It's supposed to be more of a relaxing thing, right? So,
Yeah, true.
uh, um, but yeah. So like this 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 area would be where we what is it called? It's the VMPFC, which stands for the ventral medial prefrontal cortex. Like in that area is where we kind of analyze like our risk, and different ways that things can go. And we even have our this area here, like this kind of fold, is the orbital frontal cortex. And this is like actually kind of like the area where we are most simulating like our actions with respect to the environment. We have this very low quality render of the environment, and we project our actions onto this environment in that context, right? So like if I was to like I could, for example, imagine like punching my computer, um, and like I could visualize that or think like what would happen if I punch my computer. I might knock over the things that are behind it, that sort of thing. I can do a little mini simulation of that. And that all happens here, which is so cool. That's like such a small part of the brain where we manage that simulation. Um, and that's like that's what comes after, to my understanding at least, is what comes after the risk the risk assessment, and then that leads to essentially deciding like how to perform this action in all of this area. So yeah, the motor association cortex, like we're then
Right.
figuring out, yeah, how do we perform that action. So
So risk analysis. So like, I suppose it's not just risk, is it? It's like consequence analysis. Like, what are all the potential consequences? Then mapping that out as if it was going to happen, and then a decision's got to be made at some point, though. And then at that point, a decision goes into, well, then how do I play out what my decision was going to be in a physical sense? If that makes sense.
yes,
Yeah.
exactly. So yeah, I forget if your original question was around
It's
like
where's well, where's my question is still, where is the decision made? Do you know what I
ah
mean? Like,
yeah
you've got you know, like trying to figure out the risk or the consequences of an action or something coming into, you know, like, oh, someone's talking to me, that can mean this, that, the other. Right, if I say this, if I say that in response, this would mean these things.
yeah
Then there's a decision of, I will take option A, B, or C, and then you use the motor association cortex to utter the response, if you know what I mean,
yeah
using the talking to another human
right
example.
right exactly like it's yeah like it's like you're saying, right? Like it's the decision is kind of made in different. It's like a single decision that you make has like several different stages to it. And it's kind of funny because I'm even realizing like all of like coding. I mean, you're not really, you're typing or whatever, but like you're not doing too much motor skills. You're just like doing so much thinking here, right?
Yeah, yeah.
And it's kind of it's what's maybe even a good way to kind of like drive home my point of like it being multiple stages is like the idea of positive thinking, which can sound like such BS or like such like um such a and I think there's actually a connection to consciousness that exists here, and actually a point that could be made for um, the non-materialists. I forget what they're called, uh, but like the idea of positive thinking, like you can it's clear like from this material view that we can see here that differences like having positive thoughts leads to very different networks in the brain, right? Like
Mhm.
it's kind of the first decision that we make is whether to have like a positive thought, um, ultimately. And like so, like for example, like if I'm not gonna lie, I was kind of worried for this session. I'm like, am I gonna be able to do this? Like can I actually perform this session or whatever? Um, and I was like quite nervous about it, in terms of like how it would go. Um, and so, I there's like but then I was like, screw it, like let's just see how it goes. And if like the decisions of like how to do it are sort of secondary to like I can do it sort of thing, which I think is interesting. Like it almost makes a case for saying like you should have like full faith into yourself. Like that you are able to accomplish something, because if you believe you are able to accomplish something, then you are going to actually perform said logic, if that makes sense.
Mhm.
I definitely agree. I mean, we know that like things like placebo is an important thing, even with things that we don't even understand really why that's a placebo. You know, even the health outcomes,
Right.
we know placebo has a huge impact. I do. The only thing I always push back when I hear this is because, having worked as a teacher and now in a corporation, some managers believe that with just positive thinking, we can change the literal reality around us.
Right.
And
Yeah.
there are caveats and limitations to that,
Yes.
but a positive outlook, a positive thinking really it's one of
That's
those
more
things of
like
like,
delusion.
yeah, yeah, it does,
Yes.
it can sometimes, but it's like, yeah, it's positive thinking about. I mean, actually, it's one of the things that I always, especially if I'm starting to feel a bit overwhelmed. It's kind of very basic Stoic philosophy, which is there are really only two things in reality from your individual perspective. There are really only two things in reality: things that you can control and things you can't control. uh, Spend less time concerned about the things you can control. Focus on the things that spend less time worrying about things you can't control. Focus on things you can control. And if you take a positive outlook on the things that are within your control, I think then everything you say makes a lot of sense.
Right.
There is some people that have tried to, I think, apply that positive thinking model to things that are completely outside of the control of the individual, and
Yes.
then it becomes kind of absurd, just management speak, if you know what I mean.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
and yeah, but within that kind of framework, 100%, yeah, positive thinking does have a huge impact. We can see that, yeah.
Yeah. Even yeah. Like um, like yeah. Like if you're in a pit with a tiger or whatever, and it's like, oh, just try your best. Like I can try my best. I can definitely decide to try my best. I can be very positive that I think I'm gonna win a fight with the tiger. But
I think the better option there is actually, you're in a pit with a tiger, but you have a you can quit button, which means you walk away. But if you don't quit and you beat the tiger, you get a big pot of money. Now,
right,
positive thinking would say you shouldn't quit and you should go for the money. Uh, but there is a tiger in the pit with you. So you should just press the quit button.
right,
And I think, because it's not in your control to be a better fighter than a tiger, no matter how much positive thinking you put into it. So I think that's what I'd say is the thing. And but that being said, most of the time, I think this is the thing, is like there are a lot of things, because I think, and this is what I like, want to. I don't. I think you can go too crazy with any personal philosophy, but the one thing I do like about that Stoic philosophy is a lot of time you find the things you're spending a lot of time you're wasting a lot of time worrying about things that are absolutely outside of your control. So a lot of mental energy, a lot of time and things, you can't control them. So you've just wasted that time. Anytime you spend worrying about something that's outside of your control is really wasted energy.
mm,
And then a lot of people then, because they're so exhausted by the concern and the anxiety that drives, they then don't make changes to the things that they can control, which could even possibly be the solution to the thing that you're worrying about. Like, if life isn't going the way that you expected, it's like, well, maybe if you did some of these other things that might not give you an immediate solution to that problem, you will probably find over a good few years could be the things that lead you to building better habits and a better reality for you, if that makes sense.
right.
The, the positive thinking is to quit the cage with the tiger and still take the money.
Yes.
Yeah.
Why not both? Yeah. Um, yeah. Like it's so funny too. Like as I didn't make the connection between like managers, how like you got some managers that it's like, bro, like how did you? I feel like this is such a case too um with like programming, because it's just like, I feel like with other engineering, like you can at least, like if you are unknowledgeable on the thing, like we're talking about building bridges, you can
Mm.
see like this is a bridge, like this is not a small thing, like this is huge. It's gonna make sense that it's like a big project, that like here's the risk, right? If this breaks, what do you think the risk is? Like, look at it. And all these things, and then there's programming where like we try and hide the bridge at all costs from the customer or from the user, or from the manager who should, I guess, know more about the bridge. They should actually probably, in my opinion, understand everything about the bridge. And that kind of
Yeah.
the point of being a manager is that you're knowledgeable on all these different cross domains, um, but I digress. I guess like
No, I think it's a really good point. I think like it's an issue when like even a layman might not be able to understand all the different things you need to understand about a bridge, but effectively you can still know if a you can still look at a building process and go, okay, we're at A, B, C, or D point here. That seems, you can kind of things, but and I think this is why sometimes we get the kind of worst of it when it comes in kind of the computing world. And I think there's some similars actually in education where you get this like kind of management speak, positive thing, kind of all this kind of stuff because they're trying to. It's like it's trying to just they're trying to just get to them. It's just a black box, isn't it? That they can't see what's going on underneath the surface. So they're just trying anything to try and get a positive outcome out of this black box.
right.
And it's a bit like that with education because quite often no one is in that classroom with you, so they're just trying anything to try and get you to be better in the classroom. But that doesn't necessarily mean what they're saying is really of any use.
Right.
Yeah.
It's almost like they should, instead of just like I think it, I do think it makes sense for like managers to be positive that we can achieve something or whatever, but give the resources to get there or do whatever is needed, or just realize that no, you literally cannot build this entire company or project in 2 days. That's just not possible. Um, yeah. It, it,
Yeah.
I'm
It's
curious. What not to bring up past trauma, but like for the teacher, like
mm.
yeah, what sort of like what sort of challenges were there, or was it like you had like maybe just too many students to deal with, and it's like, oh, just try harder or do your best or
Oh, it's a thing of to be honest, like teaching is such a you really are just I mean to put it bluntly in a classroom with just 30 kids and and you're just spinning a lot of plates. You're trying to obviously project the material that you need to learn. You're trying to make sure you're an authority, but at the same time nowadays as there's rightly so less options to discipline children with,
yes,
you therefore have to also be kind of approachable and get them to, because you have to kind of build a quite a strong a relationship with that class. At the same time, if you teach over 5 different classes, you're actually at 150 different children. So this idea that and so if you've got full 30 classes, I mean, not normally that bad, but like it's just a lot of information to try and keep in your head and a lot of plates spinning. And then because the solution is actually really reduce the number of classes the teacher teaches and give them more time to prepare for those classes and make sure that they're on things. But that would effectively mean in any school you're going to have to increase the number of teachers by at least 20%, if not 30%, and that's a huge cost, especially within state education,
hmm
a cost they can't really afford. um, and so this is so instead of realizing that's the problem, if you want better results and the results that they were looking for, and often the things that they were asking for, which is greater individualization of learning for the children, etc., it's like, well, to do that you need to effectively reduce the number of classes I'm teaching,
right,
because that will give me the time to do it, and functionally reduce the number of children I have to remember what's going on in my head and keep notes on and stuff.
right,
So it was a thing, and then but the because they that wasn't the possibility, they would then look for things, and I remember and often the way they would do it, they would try and find some other solution or find some way of making things better, which would inevitably mean dragging you into after school meetings and wasting your time. You're like, no, but now you're taking the time away from me to do the bits that was necessary. So now I have less time to do the very bits that was necessary, which I don't have enough time for in the first place. And I got to the point where I got so annoyed because I got pulled into after school training, and the thing they were teaching me about was like mind webs. It's like, I've both been an educator for 5 years, and I have also been educated. I went through schools. I know what a mind web is.
yeah,
Leave me alone. This is pointless. And just huge numbers about that. Just your time wasted in complete way. And like I said to someone else, is like some of these meetings, literally giving me this time back just to sit in a room and stare at a wall would be more beneficial to education than me listening to this, because it would be a break for my brain, and my brain would get some time back to itself, and that would be in a better, rested state versus what this has done, which is put me through having to think through this, an annoyance that has done in no way benefit. It's wasted my time and taken some mental energy away from me. This is literally the worst of all worlds, and it's unfortunate education as
What's
well. I'm in
someone's
the UK.
objective?
Yeah, it's this, but it's again, it's this kind of thing of when you don't have the option to make the thing better, people still try to find a solution to make it better. They will just start making it worse.
Yes. They'll
um,
add a meeting to your calendar. I guess that even happens in
yeah,
education. It's yeah.
yeah. They just start doing stuff because the problem is like because we then have something called Ofsted, which is someone who goes around checking if schools are doing well. And if you then get a bad report from Ofsted, you then have to be seen to be doing something. If you get a bad report from Ofsted and you don't do anything, you just go, "Wow, we've got a bad." Ofsted's not going to be very happy with you next time they come and look at you. So then they have to create a huge amount of effort and just be seen to be doing something.
Right.
Because then if you didn't improve, if the officer comes and goes, well, everything's still a bit rubbish, you can say, yeah, but look at all the stuff we've been doing. And they go, well, I suppose, yeah, you have been doing stuff. And I'd say this is unfortunately where the UK education systems ended up being, is to spending an inordinate amount of time and energy just to be seen to be doing stuff.
Yeah.
That stuff has no impact on education itself.
It's
Um,
it
yeah.
it really makes me like my view on um like my view like I guess like that's kind of a manager or critic of sorts and or reviewer. Like I think it would be so silly if like let's say we're doing a code review and I have no idea how to code. Like, why am I? Or even like maybe a slightly better example is like I I have never I have never solved this issue before. It's like an Android bug that one of you guys fixed or whatnot, and I have no idea how Android works, and I'm saying like I don't think that that's how you should do it for Android. That just doesn't make sense. Like, if what I should be able to do as the reviewer or I guess like manager type role in that context is like say you like if either looks good to me, I don't know what you're doing. Good, go ahead. I trust you. Or if I'm going to provide like a critique or whatnot, that like here is what I would do instead. You know what I mean? Like if I don't have the competency to do that, then like or like, and I think this goes for anyone. Like I'm talking about myself, but like I think this should be. Why is this not how things work? Like the people from Ofsted that like are reviewing, like why is it not like and why is it not like we have done this solution before, like to fix the we see you have this problem. Here's
Unfortunately, yeah. I mean, I see where you're going with this. Unfortunately, the difference between code and teaching is, yeah, the solution in code can be it can be repeated. The problem is me in a classroom is very different to you in a classroom is different to another person in the classroom.
right.
And like even like on the last Ofsted I actually had, it wasn't a full inspection, it was like kind of mini inspection. Um, they came along and were very happy with what they saw, because they came into my year 11 class, and
Yeah.
me that year 11 class, and I was getting doing really really well. And someone said to me, "Oh, da, 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 what do you think we can learn from that?" And I went, "Well, we can learn that we're really lucky they didn't come and see me with my year eights,
Yeah.
because that year eight class is an absolute nightmare for me." So it's like, well, what can you take from it? Like it's a really difficult thing. It's and yeah, it's one of those things where it's just teaching is just it's an interpersonal thing.
Right.
It's you need to know your subject matter, obviously, but then the actual act of teaching is about forming a relationship where you are an authority person, so that people do what you say, but at the same time they want to please you. So it's not like they hate you authority figure. They've got to be an aspect of they want to please you, i.e., do the work. But also the same. This is the thing is I think also this has become this thing of making everything the onus on the teacher, and I'm like, well, the problem is I can't actually make someone learn. I
Right.
can provide the information. I can get the environment as good as I can. I can provide the information and help them try and learn that information. The only person who can make information go into their head is that person.
Right.
And unfortunately, until we can plug stuff into people's heads and download stuff, that's a intractable thing. So that becomes about culture
Mm-hmm.
and what is the culture of things. And if you haven't got a very good culture of learning, uh, which I think, unfortunately, again, is an issue that the UK is struggling with at large, not entirely, but at large, is a slight I'd say a negative connotation even with the culture of learning, which is, well, what use of it is anyway. My dad says, oh, you don't use this anyway in the real world. What's
Mm-hmm.
the point of it? You go to the university, you come out and you can't even get a decent job. You have to go work in the local chippy as well. Well, you know what I mean.
Right.
So there's
Right.
a lot of these things, unfortunately, that are playing out in, they're reflecting kind of a lot of other societal issues that you can't solve in the classroom. Unfortunately, you watch a politician, they go, "What we need is to improve education." You're like, okay, in what way? How are you going to do that? And they'll come up
Right.
with some nonsense, and it all goes round and round in circles.
Yeah. I I and this is something that I try to follow. Like, and it makes maybe it can make my teaching weird to follow at times. But there's this sorry, there's this story I heard of this school. I don't know what it's called. I think it's like in New York. They they get kids interested in like a thing, and then they teach them whatever math they need to do that thing. And so one example was like this kid who they were in the seventh grade. They had never learned any math at all. And I think they were coming from like somewhere in Africa, which as I believe why they didn't have an education, just the way that they grew up. Obviously
Mhm.
there's schools in Africa, but um, some don't have education. Um, and so the student in question, like their query was, if I took if I'm walking towards the door, and I each step I take is half the distance to the door, then how many steps will it take me to get to the door? And you're like, well, that feel like I mean, at least I heard that at first, and I'm like, that's kind of a simple, like, how's that interesting or whatever. Um, but if you think about it, right, you just continue to only step halfway, right, and it's like you're never actually going to get to the door, which is like the conclusion that we can make from like the math, right? If we know the math of it, it's like actually kind of straightforward or whatever. But like if let's say we didn't know the math, it'd be very interesting to try and figure out like would we ever get to the door? Like what's the logic that follows from that? Um, and then we could go further and like actually prove that we would never reach the door. We could go through the mathematical proofs, which this student did, to go and that learn what would happen. I guess. Um, yeah.
I think yeah, when those things work, that they're absolutely lovely. But just not to put a dampener on it, but
No, no, no.
the issue we'll have in a classroom is, are the kids interested in the question?
Yes.
So I could hear a bunch of Telfordian kids just shout out to me. So I could just walk through the door. Why are you asking me about going halfway each time?
Yeah.
Um, and I'm like, yeah, that's true. Uh, but like and again, but that becomes a cultural thing, and it's learning is something that it's got to be prized for its own good.
Right.
Every, do you know what I mean? Like you learning in its own right is needs to be a good, and people need to realize that there is a benefit of just that. If you learn, the more you learn, the better you are going to get in almost any situation. Even if you never come up with the situations that you are, you will just be more equipped to deal with almost any other situation.
Right.
Unfortunately, that's somehow with it's quicker, and I think it's just probably more also to do with I think a culture in the UK of transactionalism. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, I,
Yeah.
I go to learn maths that I can learn the maths that I need to go and do the thing I'm going to do in my future. And it's like, well, you don't actually know what you're going to do in your future, and if we do just that, we'll produce only people who can only ever do what they need to do. But what
Right.
happens if you need to do something else, or you might find an interest in something else? You know, you need to be able to learn how to learn, and it's yeah, it's just yeah, I don't know. It's a much. It's I think unfortunately with the UK and including the education system, there's a more profound underlying cultural problem, which is we need to
Yeah.
unlock a slightly less transactional understanding of of culture and the world.
Hmm.
But that's easier said than done. Can't just suddenly click your fingers and make everyone nicer.
Right. It feels like
Yeah.
it's even like a kind of a more Western type of problem, or like I guess like
Yeah.
UK would be part of the West, I suppose. I don't know. I'm including it at least in the West. Even though
Yeah.
it's like dead center, I suppose, or it's all globe, so it's whatever. Um, but like I know, like, because I know in like it seems like the like Japan. Kyle has talked about Thailand. I believe, I think if I'm remembering correctly, like and Japan and China at least, like
South Korea as well. They have a lot more. But it's not just. I mean, there are. I mean, European at least nations that seem to have a better balance of it. And this might be a little bit of rose tinted glasses because my grandmother was Danish, so I have a little bit of a maybe a bit of a bias towards Denmark. But Denmark has a nice amount of kind of duality with, I am an individual. It's not completely totalitarian, authoritarian in its way at all. It's quite a liberal nation,
hmm,
but at the same time, there is this context of like, yeah, but we do things for the good of Denmark, and we do things for the good of, you know what I mean? They
yeah,
have this really quite nice balance, and I think unfortunately UK is kind of fully embraced kind of not just liberalism but individualism, and that everything is about centered around the individual.
hmm,
And I think we need to get back towards a little bit more of a kind of community, maybe not socialist or something, but communitarian
right.
um, attitudes, if that makes sense.
Totally. No, I would agree. Like, and I think it's funny because like I feel like we are similar in Canada. Like, and I imagine the states is like similar, similar culture to Britain. I mean, I can't really comment on the states too well. I don't live there, but like even Canada is very it is very like there's definitely a transactional nature to things. I mean, maybe it's a little bit better. Like we are, um, but it's funny. Like even um, it really it's hard to pin down a culture, I guess, and I'm not very
Mm.
social to begin with, so that's part of the problem. But I'm even wondering. I'm like, is this me that's transactional, or like, is this the culture that I'm around? And it's
I think, I mean, you can't really. I mean, we're all products of our environment, aren't
right,
we? So like, it's we can't. I wouldn't. I mean, I say all these things. I'm not some sort of brilliant communitarian who's out there. I'm the like you say, I'm the worst. I'd rather just stay in my house and just play with computers and not deal with anyone outside of
yeah,
the thing and only deal with what I need transactionally. Um, but that is part of the problem. It's like you've got to convince people, people like me that I need to come out the house and do things with other people.
right,
Maybe as much around geography, not just about my personal interests.
right,
You know what I mean?
yeah.
Yeah,
I
it's
hear you.
yeah.
It's no, like it's it's interesting. Like, sorry, it's interesting too to think about like how this like even just like I've been so curious about education for like it feels like just years and years. And I'll say too a funny point or whatever is like I remember Holy! I remember in like grade 10, I took computer science, and I dropped the class because I was like, I don't want to use this shit. Like, I don't care about like computers or whatever. I'm like, I'm gonna be a business person, which I guess is how business people think. Um, that just kind of unlocked some connections in my brain. But um, yeah, I don't know. It's so funny, and like even like I have a friend who's going back and finishing high school, um, and he's just like, you know what, like it's so funny how like as soon as you even like know why you're learning something, it's just like you kind of want to learn it, or it's just like easy to learn. It becomes less about like rote memorization, um, and that sort of thing. But yeah, like it's like it really I guess I'm starting to kind of like connect two and two together that like I feel like the it would make sense to say the problem with education is like kind of just a lot of it is like the um is the culture around it, which what can you really do about that? Like if people don't want to learn, even like I feel like this is like a culture in programming is like people don't want to learn Haskell, and they're like, well, why would I
Mm.
learn Haskell? Like, I have this manager who like swears by Python, and I'm like there's issues here, like you we've seen how many times Python burns us. Like, don't you want to learn something better or whatever? And he's like no, like Python's the best, and it's just like um I don't know, but like you know what I mean. Like you can't like you're saying, like you can't convince someone to like you can't someone needs to want to learn to take in the information. Um, it's not gonna matter how many times I tell him Haskell can do this, Haskell can do that, Haskell. He's just gonna go, I don't care. Oh. But even even
Yeah,
even like with that integrated, that coming as a part of the culture, yeah. Um,
I think this comes from the a feeling. I don't know. Maybe again, this might not be the same in Canada or somewhere like America, but there does feel like there's less appetite to take a risk. Um,
yes.
and like especially in kind of coding, no one's going to say to you, oh, you know what? Oh, you like it's like, and we see this with a lot of things in just like government spending. If you tried a policy and you paid for it, and let's say you just an MP decided to hire me and you, Galen, because we're talking about Haskell, they somehow hear about it and they're like,
Yeah.
let's get Galen and Nick to build this thing. They can hire a few other people along the way once when they're getting going, and they're just going to build this thing and solid. Let's just do it this way. If that goes absolutely pear shaped, people go, well, what did you do to make sure to that politician? They'll bring him in front of a council of people, and they'll say, "So what did you do to make sure that Nick and Galen were going to get this right?" And he'll go, "Well, I listened to them. And they seem to have a good idea, so I thought worth a shot." And then they'd go, "What? How dare you? You didn't run any risk analysis. You didn't do this." And so, what do people do to do any kind of big IT project within the public sector? They hire consultants. They'll do a massive fact findings thing. They'll spend millions and millions on that. They will all decide on using the same frameworks, on the same languages, the same technologies that everyone's happy that will work because no one wants to stick their neck out. Because if you stick your neck out and it all goes wrong, that would have been your fault.
Yeah.
So no one says anything that's anything too radical, too different, and slowly everything grinds to a halt, and nothing improves, and nothing changes, and we have the same problems, but we spend even more and more money doing it because all everyone's trying to because then everything stops working very well. We keep hitting the same problems, so we must hire a few more consultants to prove that we did our judicial. You know what I mean? And it just
Yeah.
becomes a massive money burning project to make sure that you don't get fired.
Right.
And you know,
Well, even I'll say too, like kind of with with Ace and projects. We so Lauren came forth with like a really interesting idea. At first, I thought it was like so stupid. I'll be honest. I was like, that's like just not gonna. I don't want to work with those people. Who are those people? Venture capitalists. I for the life of me, I cannot understand how a venture capitalist thinks and operates. And but at least, I mean, I can't understand how bureaucrats operate either. So fair enough. Maybe I just can't understand how they operate in general, how people operate in general. But I mean, I understand how people in this community, for instance, like work. Like you guys, I can be like, okay, I can think through how you guys would think. You know what I mean? Like I would understand your guys' thinking. For venture
Yeah.
capitalists, for bureaucrat, absolutely not. I don't have any concept of how they think. Um, but what Lauren's currently working on is, and this is actually connecting to the Django framework, is like yeah, we at first I thought like let's go after projects that we can like hire from the Ace community for. We can like run these projects, and then like give you guys like work, sort of like the apprenticeship idea, um, and and with good pay that would be clear. Like we want to make sure it's like good. Like I don't want to be um, there's a company I worked for, Webisoft, that was awful. They were like the worst company. There's a lot of history there. I don't know if I should say it on video. Um, whatever. They're not gonna find this video. But they have to be intelligent to do that. But they're so stupid. Oh my god. I shouldn't say anything more. But they they're just an awful company. That's all I have to say about that. But anyways, with and I want to avoid. Oh look, they're literally right here. That's funny. um, I gotta get rid of that. But basically the idea is that like we're working with this um Canadian, or like trying to work with Canadian VCs to basically be their advisor, like their technical advisor on startups. So what we're like, and I've always kind of thought this in the back of my mind. It just by logic is easier to convince a startup to use Haskell than a big conglomerate. Like even I'm unfortunately realizing for a company like where I work, it just doesn't even make sense to use Haskell. I hate to say, like it's just kind of, I don't think it would be worth the investment to move
Well,
everything over.
they'd have to either retrain all their current devs who might not be particularly happy about suddenly being made to learn something quite different to what they're used to, um, but and or hire or make those redundant and hire in a whole new set of Haskell devs,
Right,
which would be quite costly.
right.
Um,
And a huge
it's difficult,
change
yeah.
and risk and
Risk, yeah,
risk. You put risk in there, it's just not going to happen. Um,
yeah.
unless you're like $1 million consultant or whatever. Um, but but
I still, I still, I, s- I still think this is their fundamental problem that even medium-sized or large IT companies make, though, is becoming too locked into certain technologies.
yes,
They need to try and find in their ways of thinking. They need to try and find some pot of money to on certain small enough projects where they can take a little bit more of a let someone try something different
yes,
and give things a go, because otherwise you end up just doing the exact same thing everybody else is doing in the market. And well, great, so you've just got to hope you have a better recruitment
right,
system and that you end up with better devs. Is that
right,
all you got? That's literally your business model.
right,
Can I recruit slightly better devs than the rest of the market? So then it just becomes, how much can I pay my devs versus how good of a set of devs I can get in.
right,
Well, I'm sorry. I think if that's your big market edge, you haven't got an edge.
yeah,
You've got luck. When you're lucky, and when you're not, you're not.
right. You, you, you
You know.
got lucky on who you hired, even, and that kind of thing, and
Yeah.
yeah, I'd agree. And um, but I should probably get going soon.
Yeah, I need to go
Get
get
my
some food in a minute.
yeah. But just to finish off, like, because I kind of think it's cool. Just like the idea Lauren is working on, and we're really gonna like start running with this. Is basically like so Jenga framework is kind of now. Um, I'm kind of seeing this as like it's the reason we built this is because of like Project 3. I thought like and I'm not gonna lie, I'm almost like does that help Project 3? I think there's a way it can help Project 3 like get moving on stuff. I mean definitely with Project 4 it helps. I mean I think there's a whole opinion I might write a blog post on about frameworks and why we need frameworks and how we start with programming, especially like as a self-taught developer. Um,
Hmm.
from that perspective, like and I do think there's like a logic as to why Jenga might actually really be useful for a Project 3, even if you don't use anything that I've built about Jenga. That is just useful, and also I think the other part is that like the obelisk template is or the obelisk skeleton is like very it's too minimal. Like it gives it's like nothing, you know?
Yeah.
Um and so what I'm viewing this as is like basically the pitch to startups of um we can build your entire infrastructure for free. You know, just literally start with Jenga, and you're most of the way there. You just have to write your business logic, is kind of the idea. And so my thinking with that then is like I mean I think there's an easy way to pitch that to business people. It got just really dark all of a sudden outside. Um, ADHD, but there's the way to pitch this to business people, which I think Lauren is very capable of, and I think we can explain to them like why they really should start with a Haskell in general, and b like start with Jenga, and then I see that as like kind of being, if if they're using Jenga, it's almost like the freemium model of like, tech companies where they're like, you can join, I don't know, Facebook for free, but then like we're gonna make our money other ways. Like, I mean, I guess Facebook makes their money through advertising. We're not gonna start advertising on the Ace platform, just to be clear. But, um, and then I guess like we also have the freemium of like, you guys would never be paying for Ace because like, just well, I don't like. I mean, like we could do that, but like I just don't think that makes sense. It's, the whole point of freemium is like to make it easy to use. But I guess I don't know. I think there's also other ways in which we can avoid ever charging for teaching. Um, but like the point I'm making here, and like the freemium for businesses of like start with us for free. And it almost feels like I'm not gonna lie. Like as a my startup opinion is that like it almost feels like freemium is a necessary thing. Like we used to be like Ace Interview Prep, right? And we had our our old subscription service. We kept dropping the price. We even had like like a free trial and all this stuff, and like people just weren't signing up. And there was like, okay, well, maybe there's probably other issues that we have, um, but we it it,
The
it
thing is people always want to know that they're getting. If you're going to pay for something, you want to know you want certainty it's going to work, isn't it?
right,
And the problem is you never know. So like you say, freemium gets people in the door, but it is the issue with freemium. It is just that you then need to find some way of monetizing it
yeah,
downstream. But it's a funnel, isn't it? It's getting people into your business, and then in some way being able to extract that money from it.
right,
Which I think if you can become the kind of builder of teams for, like you say, venture capitalists or any other business, then the money stream's there, isn't it? Because if you can get good at it, if you can do it repeatably and you show a few successes down the road, then people just come straight to you and boom boom boom, and you can just build that pipeline, which would be
right.
great.
Right. Yeah. And so that's what we're working on. And then like it's and that would mean both like hiring for a team and like contracts at like the. Oh, that's why it started. Okay, it started raining. That's why it got so dark. Um, but the like it'll be both hiring and projects or whatever, and like then if they're using Jenga, you know, the right the people it makes most sense to work with are Ace and Ace developers and um,
What one thing which would be probably quite good is um, if you want to go down this route and put Jenga at the center of it, is obviously make sure that you, and I'm sure you will, but make sure you make Jenga, the name of Jenga, very, very stand out in terms of when you're dealing with clients.
hmm,
The reason why I'm saying that is what you'll want also, because another revenue stream could be, even if it's all open source and stuff, is, you know, if you sponsor us, we can then spend more money in developing Jenga. So when company A goes, oh, actually, we really want Jenga to do this, you can say, well, okay, but we'll put that into the workflow. It's a good idea. But if you pay us, we'll put that at the top of the workflow of
hmm,
updating into Jenga. Do you know what I mean?
yeah,
Like a bit of a, you can pay to put your concerns, your needs at the top of our list. Does that make sense?
yes, of
I think that would
course,
be a good way to not extract some money, but you know what I mean. Because you put a lot of work into Jenga,
hmm,
and yes, if you can earn money from getting people into jobs, that's good. But you don't want to end up becoming the free employee of lots of other companies.
right.
You're going to want to get paid for some of this work at some point as well.
I see what you're saying because they're gonna right. There's gonna be PRs coming in, and there's zero
Yeah,
right
yeah.
now, but there's gonna be or not PRs. PRs would be great. It's gonna be issue after issue after
Issues.
issue.
Well,
Yeah.
Google just did this to whatchamacallit, didn't they? FFmpeg, where they basically just found a bunch of a few um, CVE issues, and they just put some of a PR on him and went, yeah, just get this, and because they use this massive LLM to find these vulnerabilities,
Mhm.
and they just put it on them and just went, yeah, you've got like 30 days to fix this, otherwise we'll make going public with it. And he was like, well, if you're such a big company using FFmpeg, which is a community-run project, how about not just spend the money on finding the problem? How
Right.
about make a PR to solve the problem, and
Right.
then give us a 30-day deadline to implement your solution? Like, you know what I mean? But it's like, oh, they'll, there's a lot of these corporations
Yeah.
who will, multi-billionaire, massive corporations will turn on a small community project and be like, you've got to do this. It's like, well, hang on.
Yeah. Yeah. No. That.
But at least put some of the work in, even if you're not going to give us money. Put some of the work in as well. You
Right.
know.
It's such a
Yeah.
funny. No. That's such a funny thing. Like, bro. Like the person's doing this for free. Like like
Yeah.
it's that what's that meme of like where they have the tower and it's like uh XZ meme. Is this it? Yes, I found it. Yes, the story behind XZ, like, which is this is like 100%. I don't know if you guys heard about
Yeah.
this. Um, right, like literally, like the XZ is this like, is it encryption? Yeah, it's encryption of what does X say? Oh, okay. Yeah, encryption algorithm that Linux uses, and it's literally like one person that like
In Nebraska.
yeah, and it's like literally like every single like we're probably using XE and I don't realize it. Like we
Yeah.
definitely
Yeah.
are. I never thought about that, but we must be. Um, it's just I can't imagine screaming at this person. Like it's just yeah. But you know
But
what?
it's yeah.
Yeah.
But what happens when that person decides, I'm not doing it anymore, or pops their clogs? Like
Right. Well, even
someone's got to take ownership of it. And I feel like it's maybe some of the bigger companies should. There needs to be, I think, a bigger conversation about how we fund some of these kind of open source projects, because I
Right.
think the current model is just not really working.
Right. I 100% agree. And even too, like, it's kind of funny because, like, I mean, Obelisk, like, I think it's a good example of this because it's this is part of why I made Jenga. Why I started thinking about making my own framework. And again, Jenga is literally Obelisk. Um, but like, there's so many areas where like it needs like just a little bit of like love. You know, like for example, they advertise that Android works. Android doesn't really work. Like
Yeah,
you know, like you don't have the ability to do like authentication on Android with Obelisk. So that's what
right.
Jenga does, right? That's one of the core things that Jenga does is like, especially Jenga auth is like it makes the authentication agnostic to what the client is. Um, you know, so like that's one thing, but yeah, I don't know. So like, but at the same time, like I mean, I gotta be so thankful that like they've done this shit because like this is awesome. Like obviously, I think obviously Jenga is not possible without Obelisk, and even like all of the work that they put in to get like they like this like Obelisk is genuinely like a pioneer and a half in the context of Haskell. Like I have so much respect for the for Obsidian systems, because like literally, you know, we see GHC JavaScript backend now coming, and like where did that
Yeah.
come? Like where did that start? Like you know even um, uh, like I look at a Reflex platform, and if I look at like Android, there's like stuff from like 8 years ago, right? Like get
Yeah.
Android, you know, Haskell main somewhat working like 8 years ago, um, and like a lot of like a lot of what they've done is from 8 years ago, or like you know, the first commits. I one time I just for fun went and checked out the first commit to see like when it was, and like it's like so they've been you know building all of this like stuff that's like GHC now supports. They've been doing that for like over 10 years, I think, um, and like you know even um, yeah, I can't say enough for how foundational like the shit that Obsidian does, and how it like has affected has like led to the development of the Haskell ecosystem. Um, you know, so that's why I'm replacing with Jenga. No, I'm just kidding. But like, um, you know, it's kind of I'm really even curious like what if you know like I really tried to make it so that it's like a nod to Obelisk, and but the reason the reason is just like that I made Jenga. The part of the reason I made Jenga is that like Obelisk is just like it's not maintained anymore. It's not really maintained anymore. Like it takes forever to get like a simple PR in. Even like one of the guys who's like one of the best maintainers is like I'm done. Like I like screw this, I'm out. For like Reflex FRP even. And I think this is so funny. Like yeah, Reflex has a Reddit. I learned they where is it Reflex. I didn't know you could do this, but you're not allowed to post. And
Oh wow.
yeah, right. And I'm like, honestly, like it's just I have some issues with like how they operate because I'm like, what is the point of that? Like, why is it so like why is it so hard to make a
Closed off.
change? And even like the biggest change is that we like with Jenga is that we have a landing page, right? Because it'd be sketchy if like you know we had our landing page at some other domain, and then we had our app in another domain, I think that'd just be weird. It's not the
Hmm.
end of the world, but like we want our landing page to be hosted by the same host, so we kind of need this. Um, and uh, uh, oh, we had 2 stars. Huh. Nice.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that was me.
yeah. I was wondering about that. I was like, that must be the case. What's the other name? Do I? Huh. Cool. Um. Anyways, so uh, the yeah, I don't know. Like, you know what I mean? It just is like that's my thinking. It's like I'm frustrated with how this works. Let me just do it myself. Like, like I've literally like this Jenga is like kind of a fork of the whole ecosystem. It feels like even if you kind of like dig into it, you'll notice that like this is our obelisk that we've forked, and then that obelisk uh, relies on our own Reflex platform. This Reflex platform
Oh
has like
wow.
yeah, this Reflex platform has like Android fixes, and like part of my thinking too is like I don't think it's necessarily even a bad thing that Obsidian is super um, against like they just that they're very slow to move on things. I think that's like a kind of a nice thing to see in the context of like web development because like you'll have like other frameworks that just move like super fast and they kind of break shit all the time and it's just like not reliable, I guess. So I don't
Yeah.
know. So my thinking with Jenga is like it's kind of meant to be like as fast paced, like in terms of like the improvements that are made to it, um, as as you would see for like a normal JavaScript framework. And then like anything that's like more foundational, would be a request, like a PR to Obelisk in the future, um, which I guess is actually kind of managed this way because it's just a GitHub repo. So I was wondering about that, how I would manage that, but yeah, I don't know. Just that's my thinking. Um, yeah,
Yeah. No, that's good. Yeah, no, I need to have a little play with Jenga, and then but I, I'll I'll do that. I'll have to try and flakify it a little bit for myself. But yeah,
nice.
I'll do it. Yeah, no, I mean I must admit, I mean we're working on a little idea of my own, but like I've started trying to build up from kind of the ground up, if you like. So using, well, not say the ground up, but like Y basically and War.
Mm, mm,
Um, a different, a, a bit like a bit basically servant is hopefully it will eventually be like servant like syntax.
yes.
So quite nice. Just be able to kind of like almost like Lego pieces build out your roots and stuff.
Right.
But I'm trying to build it up slowly, but also just so that I can include pretty much all the things, including WebSockets. Because when I first tried to do it with Servant, then there's WebSocket Servant, but you can't actually make that all one thing. You'd have to have them as a separate thing because they don't quite interplay very nicely. Because they're kind of separate projects. They just have the same syntax, I think. You don't quite understand. So yeah, it's kind of like trying to build up a nice kind of routing system from kind of the kind of, I say the basic, basics, but Y and War.
Yeah.
And then I'm hoping that will then give, but I want to be able to do the stuff like just you be able to say protect as a keyword, and that would just automatically add a JWT or some other type of authentication to it.
Yeah.
So you don't have to constantly reinvent the wheel. Like authentication should be baked in my mind to a routing library. You should just be able to say protect this one with JWTs or protect this one with cookies. You know what I mean? Like it should just be as simple as that because you're doing the same thing over and over and over again.
Right.
But yeah,
I'll say
that's where
too.
I'm going.
I mean, Rhyolite kind of does something similar. Like you do have like your auth token like baked in.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. And so they handle this like through the um, like through derived, no, not derived JSON. Like they have a way that they, I don't know how it works internally, but they handle that. So like if you go to backend source, backend WebSockets request. Um, this yeah, like if you're matching on a private request, which you've defined in the previous file, like for example, names is a private request, and you've told Rhyolite that it is a private request, then you'd like have an auth token um, for it.
Yeah.
So
No, yeah. It's similar to that. I kind of want to do similar to that, but I want to kind of wrap it up into that really nice kind of type level DSL.
mm,
So you can literally just write that. So I really like the whole servant idea of that all your routes can be literally a type level,
yes,
type level description, and then obviously all your functions then just kind of belong to that type.
right.
So it allows you to it kind of creates means you can create, hopefully, if I can get it to work, a
Mm,
very very succinct description of all those routes, because if the types are of such a thing and maybe just provide a few bits of information here and there, it kind of forces it to be the thing that you ask it to be without you having to write it out every single step of the way, if you know what I
right,
mean.
right.
But we'll see. That's the idea. I'm not nowhere near at the moment. I'm just getting the basics in place, trying to use just the very. In fact, I'm doing the exact opposite. I'm just using trying to build like routes, just using Y and warp, without really using anything else too much, so that I can see what is it that there, and then hopefully abstract out those patterns into a type level DSL, if that makes sense.
Yeah, yeah, that makes sense.
So
That's cool. I didn't know that Servant had that issue, which is interesting because I um and for the sake of how long this chat has gone on, we shouldn't go too deep into this at all. And I don't have the self control to not you know, um, but like I was thinking about like the idea. One of the ideas with Jenga was to build like the breadth of what a full stack web framework needs to look like, because I mean
mhm.
it really has like everything. Like I really can't think of anything where it's like it doesn't do that, or like there's not a way to do something like for Markdown for instance, like you have a way of building a blog um, through Jenga, and now that that's kind of done, like I really have like no hold on like even using Obelisk. I kind of want to, like, where possible, I kind of actually want to remove Obelisk. It's funny, like it's built in Obelisk, right? And I want to like strip that out, and like use other things. Like for example, Servant seems very interesting. Um, there just be so much that needs to be kind of changed. Like for example,
I think the issue with Servant with Obelisk is the fact that again it's and this is kind of part of why I've also started playing with not my thing of IO either and all that, is because the problem is when you start creating these huge monad transport stacks, if something isn't inside of that stack and you want to add it in or you want to weave it into another set of things, it then becomes this problem of how do you get all those monad transformer stacks to line up? Do you know what I mean?
right.
That might not be as big of an issue as I think, but when I've thought about it and thought about how we, because obviously Servant is very much built in the MTL style. It's like, well, how do you if you have the Servant at the heart of it and then build out from it, maybe you could build something like Obelisk. But if you want to just inject Servant into something that already exists like Obelisk, you're now going to have to try and get those monad transformer stacks to play nicely with each other.
Mm,
Um, or maybe there's a way of just logically making something that fits over the top of them. I don't know.
mm-hmm.
I've never done anything like that. So I'm kind of working. If you can, maybe you can work the other way around. But I'm trying the other way around, which I go right. If I go down to base principles and build a very flat structure and see if I can build something out of that, that allows you to do the same thing. But look, there's so much stuff in Servant as well.
Yeah.
It does have basic auth, but yeah.
Interesting. I wonder. Hmm. Um, I'm curious. Do you have an example of like the monad transformer that you're? Uh,
Well, what I got into the issue was when I was trying to weave them together into a with web sockets,
hmm,
and so what happened was that there was WebSockets wasn't a member of something, or Servant wasn't a member. I'm guessing it was I can't remember now, but I'm guessing it was Servant wasn't a member of something that WebSockets has introduced. So you couldn't literally weave. I was trying to create a thing where you could just say, "Oh, I want this route to be a WebSocket. Oh, I want this route to be a normal GET request API." Do you know what I mean? I wanted to be able to you just do it all in one thing, but really you'd have to treat them as quite separate entities, which is fine if you're just building something and you want both those separate entities. But I was trying to build a kind of more like you're doing with Jenga, really, a bit more kind of coherent thing. But
hmm,
our very early days. I'll let you know if I get any further. But you might be able to wrap it up. I'm like I said, I'm not that FA with monad transformer stacks,
fair.
but I was coming up against some pretty, I think, down in the basement stuff of types with Servant.
Yeah.
And it was just starts going, this is not of this type. Yeah,
Yeah,
I
that
feel
makes
like
sense.
yeah, but yeah,
I can even see like they do really complex shit with their like
yeah.
this is insane. Oh, never seen
There's
that
some
before.
complex type, yeah, there's some complex type level stuff. Which well, part of the reason I also want to do this is that I want to get a bit better at the type level stuff because I feel like
Yes.
it's you've either got to get good at MTL style Haskell or you've got to get really good at type level
Yes.
stuff because you're gonna do something meta at some point. So I'm gonna try my luck at the type level stuff just because I feel like I just say I find the vertical stacking of MTL just as soon as you want to change something though that becomes like, you know what I mean, it's all a bit of a house of cards, if you know
Right.
what I mean.
Right.
It's fine when it's all working, but if you're like, oh, suddenly I want to change this thing here, you've now got to build this new whole stack of stuff. Or yeah,
Yeah.
but it might be just me not knowing.
Well, I'm even you should check this out. I'm really
Bluefin, I've never heard of this.
oh, cool. It's where are we here? Um oh, I got to eat too. Oh my god.
Yeah, I need to go.
Yeah, we should end it there because I could go on about Bluefin and I should not. I don't even know what I'm talking about with Bluefin, so that's a good thing. Because it'll force me to shut up. Um, but yeah, it's a effect systems. There's also like F Haskell.
Yeah,
Come on.
I've heard of F. Yeah, I've not really looked at it much, but yeah,
Chat there. But I don't know. They're pretty cool. I'd be really curious to learn from you if you do go through like effect systems or whatever. I want to do something like this with Jenga. I have like a very basic kind of form of it, but it's not. I don't think it's technically an effect system. You know, like it's kind of it's basically since we're talking about it quickly, I'll just say like the idea with effect systems is ultimately the reader T pattern, and Hasura or this effect. Where is it? They have a no. That's not it. Yeah, this is it. This is really no. That's not it. Okay, they have full on papers. It must be another effect system that has a really good breakdown of just like why an effect system, and it's what you're saying with like monad transformers of like how do you know that the stack is correct? Because there's issues that happen with the stack. So yeah,
yeah. I think the other thing that kind of put me off MTL a little bit was what I watched this video with the guy who created Yesod, which is one of the older web frameworks, to be honest.
yeah,
And he's one of the things, and he showed. I think I shared the video with you at one point. He kind of shows that reader T is absolutely fine, but all the other transformers really, if you parallelize them, you lose data.
yes, yeah,
Um, and you run into this issue with all of the other things. So they're fine on single-threaded stuff, but as soon as you start going into multi-threaded stuff, which is a bit of a shame because actually, where does Haskell shine?
Yeah.
Haskell shines in multi-threaded, parallel and all
Yes.
that stuff, concurrent stuff. That's what it's really good at. So accepting a kind of system where you make it worse at that seems a bit silly.
Yeah.
But it is what it is. Like I said, I'm trying to kind of go down this route of, but I want also like a lot of them just go, well, just IO and STM. And it's like, well, that's great, but that's like a blank canvas, isn't it?
Yeah.
Like at least with effect systems and MTL, it kind of gives you some structure. So it's like what I'm trying to do is, okay, starting with the principle of it's still basically IO and STM at its heart. Build in some of that structure for people so that you could go. You don't have to build the world yourself,
Right.
if that
Right.
makes sense.
I
But
agree.
yeah, very early days.
I agree. I agree. I'm gonna just can my thoughts because I really should eat.
Cool. Yeah, yeah. I
So
think my fiance is going to start screaming at me in a minute because it's 7 o'clock now.
same. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, guys. See ya.
Peace out,
Thanks,
guys.
Sergio. Catch you
Great
in a bit.
talking to you.
Bye.